The entire pack house glowed beneath gold chandeliers and candlelight. Music drifted through the massive hall, while wolves celebrated another victory won by Alpha Mason's warriors. Laughter echoed around me. Glasses clinked. Bodies moved across the dance floor. But none of it felt real tonight, because every eye in the room kept finding me. I stood near the balcony doors in a silver silk dress that brushed against my thighs every time the cold night wind slipped inside. Whispers followed me everywhere. They say she's the most beautiful female in the territory. The Alpha has wanted her for years. Maybe tonight he'll finally claim her. I ignored them. Or at least I tried to. My fingers tightened around the glass in my hand as I stared out into the dark forest below the cliffs. The moon hung huge above the trees. Beautiful. Watching. Waiting. A shiver crawled down my spine. Not from the cold. From him. Alpha Mason. I could feel his gaze on me even before I turned around. Slowly, my eyes lifted across the crowded hall. And there he was, watching me from the Alpha platform. Large hands resting against the dark wooden throne. Black shirt stretched tightly across his chest. Silver eyes locked onto me with a hunger that made my pulse stumble. Mason didn't look away. Not even when others noticed. Not even when the tension in the room thickened. A female beside me leaned closer. The Alpha looks at you like he already owns you. Heat rushed into my cheeks. He looks at everyone like that. No, she whispered carefully. Not like this. I looked away too quickly. Because deep down, I knew exactly what she meant. Mason had always watched me differently. Ever since I was younger. Too intense. Too possessive. Like something inside him became restless whenever another male stood too close to me. And the worst part, some broken piece of me liked it. The music slowly faded. The room quieted. Every instinct in my body sharpened at once. Alpha Mason stood. Silence instantly spread through the hall. Power rolled off him hard enough to suffocate the air. My breathing became uneven as he descended the stairs toward me. One step, then another. Every female in the room watched him. But Mason only looked at me. Always me. My heart pounded harder when he finally stopped directly in front of me. Close. Too close. The scent of smoke, whiskey, and pine wrapped around me instantly. Dangerous. Addictive. Nyra, he said quietly. Just my name. But the roughness in his deep voice slid across my skin like heat. I swallowed hard. Yes, Alpha? Something dark flickered in his expression at the title. Slowly, Mason reached for my wrist. The second his fingers touched my skin, pain exploded through my chest. A sharp gasp escaped me. The room erupted into shocked whispers. Mate bond. Oh God! Mason felt it too. I saw it in the way his jaw tightened violently. The way his fingers crushed slightly around my wrist. The entire pack stared at us. Waiting. Expecting their Alpha to claim his mate. But Mason's expression slowly changed. The heat vanished from his eyes. Coldness replaced it. Brutal coldness. His gaze dragged over me slowly. Like he was searching for something. For the wolf that never came. No growl. No shift. No alpha lunar power. Nothing. Because my wolf had never awakened. And everyone knew it. A weak female. A broken wolf. Unworthy of standing beside an Alpha King. Something cruel hardened inside Mason's face. You have no wolf, he said quietly. The words sliced deeper than they should have. The room fell deathly silent. My chest tightened painfully. Mason, you would never survive as my queen. The mate bond trembled violently between us. Like it was begging him not to say the next words. But he did anyway. Cold, merciless. I reject Nyra Vale as my mate. Pain ripped through my body so brutally my knees nearly gave out. The bond shattered inside my chest like glass. Gasps echoed through the hall. Someone whispered my name softly, but all I could hear was the roaring in my ears. Mason stared down at me while I fought to breathe. And somehow, what hurt most wasn't the rejection. It was the look in his eyes. Not relief. Not disgust. Possession. Pure dark possession. Like rejecting me hadn't made him want me less. It had made him worse. Then Mason leaned down slowly until his mouth hovered beside my ear, low enough that nobody else could hear him. "You belong to me," he whispered darkly. Bond or no bond, I couldn't breathe. The shattered remains of the mate bond still burned inside my chest as wolves whispered around me. Some stared with pity, others with satisfaction. A rejected female. Weak, humiliating. I forced myself to move before my legs gave out completely. Every step across the hall felt unbearable under the weight of their eyes. But the worst gaze of all still followed me. Mason. I could feel him watching me as I walked away from him. Away from the Alpha platform. Away from the bond he had destroyed. The crowd slowly parted for me. Nobody spoke directly to me now. Not after what had happened. The air outside hit my skin sharply the second I pushed through the balcony doors. Cold wind tangled through my hair instantly. I gripped the stone railing hard enough for my fingers to ache. Breathe. Just breathe. But my body still trembled violently. Because despite the rejection, some twisted part of me could still feel him. Not the bond. Something worse. Obsession. The balcony doors opened behind me. I didn't need to turn around to know it was him. The air itself changed whenever Alpha Mason entered a room. Heavy. Dangerous. Predatory. "You embarrassed yourself tonight." His deep voice slid down my spine slowly. I laughed bitterly without looking at him. "You rejected me in front of the entire pack." Mason stepped closer. Too close. "You should have known better than to expect the lunar title." Pain stabbed through my chest again. I finally turned toward him. Moonlight cut across his sharp face. Beautiful. Cruel. Silver eyes dragged slowly over my body. Possessively. Like rejecting me had changed absolutely nothing for him. "You think I wanted this?" I whispered. Mason's jaw flexed. "No." The answer came too fast. Too honest. My pulse stumbled. For one dangerous second, something almost human appeared in his expression. Conflict. Then it vanished. "You have no Wolf, Nyra." His voice turned colder. "A Luna without a Wolf would destroy this pack." I swallowed painfully. "You didn't have to humiliate me." Something dark flickered behind his eyes. "You think humiliation is the worst thing I'm capable of." Fear curled low in my stomach. Because suddenly, I believed him. Mason moved closer until my back pressed against the stone railing. Huge, warm, terrifying. His hand lifted slowly, fingers brushing lightly against my throat. The touch sent heat racing through my body instantly. I hated myself for reacting to him. Mason noticed. Of course he did. His eyes darkened with satisfaction. "Still trembling for me after I rejected you," he murmured. My breathing became uneven. "Stay away from me." A slow smile touched his lips. "No." The single word wrapped around my throat like chains. Mason leaned down until his mouth hovered beside my ear. "You belong to this pack." His hand tightened slightly against my neck. "To me." My heart pounded painfully. "You don't get to say that anymore." Mason gave a low, dark laugh. "You think a broken bond changes what I've wanted for years?" Ice spread through my veins. Because the way he said it didn't sound like love. It sounded like ownership, possession, obsession. Mason's fingers slid slowly down my bare shoulder. My body stiffened instantly. "Every male in that room wanted you tonight," he said quietly. Jealousy burned beneath every word. I saw the way they looked at you, his gaze lowered to my lips. And I realized something. My pulse quickened dangerously. Mason leaned even closer. So I'm going to make this very clear. Pretty thing. The nickname sent chills across my skin. You may not be my mate anymore. His fingers tangled softly into my hair. But you are still mine. Fear crashed through me fully this time. Not because of the rejection. Because I finally understood the truth. Breaking the bond hadn't freed me from Mason. It had removed the only thing restraining him. And somehow, that was far more terrifying. I barely remembered leaving the balcony. Only the sound of my heartbeat. Only Mason's voice inside my head. You were still mine. The crowded hall blurred around me as I forced myself toward the staircase leading to my room. Every Volf I passed lowered their eyes. Ashamed for me. Embarrassed for me. A rejected mate was weak in pack law. Unwanted. Disposable. Pain tightened in my chest again. I gripped the railing hard enough to steady myself. Just a few more steps. That was all I needed. But the second I reached the dark hallway upstairs, someone grabbed my wrist. Hard. A gasp escaped me before I was slammed gently but firmly against the wall. Mason. Of course it was him. My pulse exploded instantly. What are you doing? I whispered. The hallway was empty. Too empty. Mason towered over me in silence. Silver eyes burned into mine with something dangerously close to obsession. You walked away from me. I stared at him in disbelief. You rejected me. His jaw flexed hard. And yet you still smell like mine. Heat flooded my skin despite the fear twisting through me. I hated how my body reacted to him. Hated it. Mason's hand tightened slightly around my wrist as his gaze dropped to my mouth. You have no idea what you do to me, pretty thing. The nickname sent chills down my spine. I pushed against his chest. Let me go. Instead of moving away, Mason stepped even closer. My breath caught. The heat from his body wrapped around me instantly. Dangerous. Overwhelming. You should have seen the way those males looked at you tonight, he murmured darkly. Jealousy burned beneath every word. Like they wanted to touch you. Fear curled in my stomach. Mason. I wanted to kill every single one of them. My pulse stumbled. Because he meant it. Every word. Mason lowered his head slowly until his lips brushed the shell of my ear. You wear these dresses like a fucking temptation. The roughness in his voice sent heat racing through me. Humiliation followed right after. I'm not yours anymore. A low, dangerous laugh escaped him. You think I care what the moon goddess says? My breathing became uneven. Mason's hand slid slowly down my waist. Possessive. Claiming. You were made for me, pretty thing. I shoved him harder this time. Stop touching me. Something dark flashed across his face. Not anger. Worse. Hunger. You're scared of me now. I swallowed hard. Because yes, I was. Mason noticed the answer instantly. And somehow, he liked it. His fingers tilted my chin upward gently. Too gently. You should be. Ice spread through my veins. The hallway suddenly felt too small. Too quiet. Too dangerous. Mason stared at me for a long moment before finally speaking again. You're going to stay in your room tonight. Confusion flickered through me. What? I'm assigning guards outside your door. Fear crashed into me instantly. You can't do that. I can do whatever I want. Panic rose sharply in my chest. Mason, I'm not your prisoner. His eyes darkened. No? The single word wrapped around me like chains. Mason leaned down slowly until our faces were inches apart. Then why does the thought of another male touching you make me want to burn this entire kingdom down? My pulse pounded violently. Something about the way he said it terrified me. Not because it sounded possessive, because it sounded true. Mason's thumb brushed softly across my bottom lip. The touch was almost intimate, almost tender, which somehow made it worse. "You're going to understand something very soon, pretty thing." His voice dropped lower, darker. "Rejecting you was the only mercy you'll ever get from me." Cold fear flooded every inch of my body. Because suddenly, I realized I needed to escape him, before whatever obsession lived inside Alpha Mason completely consumed us both. I waited until midnight before I ran. The guards outside my bedroom door had changed twice already. I memorized their footsteps, their patterns, their weak moments. Years of surviving inside Alpha Mason's territory had taught me one thing: powerful males always underestimated quiet females, especially broken ones. I stood near the window in silence, staring at the forest stretching beyond the pack walls. Freedom. So close. My heart pounded violently beneath my ribs. Because if Mason caught me trying to leave, I didn't want to imagine what he would do. A soft knock suddenly echoed against my bedroom door. I froze. "Open the door, pretty thing." "Mason." My blood turned cold instantly. Slowly, I backed away from the door. Another knock, more impatient this time. "I know you're awake." Panic climbed up my throat. The dangerous calm in his voice terrified me more than shouting ever could. My eyes darted toward the balcony doors. The forest. Freedom. Mason tried the handle. Locked. Silence stretched for a moment. Then his low laugh echoed through the room. "You locked me out." Fear curled tighter inside my stomach. Because somehow, he sounded amused. Not angry. Worse, the handle rattled again. Harder this time. "Open the door." I backed toward the balcony slowly. "Mason, please just leave." A long silence answered me. Then, "You're shaking." My breath caught. How could he hear that? "I can smell your fear through the fucking door, pretty thing." My pulse nearly stopped. The possessiveness in his voice wrapped around my throat like invisible hands. "You should let me in before I break it down." That was the moment I ran. I shoved the balcony doors open and climbed over the stone, railing into the freezing night air. The drop beneath me wasn't far enough to kill me. Hopefully, I jumped. Pain shot through my ankle the second I hit the ground. A cry escaped my lips, but adrenaline forced me forward. Run. Run now. I sprinted toward the forest as fast as my shaking legs allowed. Branches clawed against my skin. Cold air burned my lungs. Behind me, a roar exploded through the night. Mason. Pure rage. Nyra. Terror slammed through me harder than the sound itself. Because I had never heard Alpha Mason lose control before. Not like that. I pushed harder through the trees. The deeper I ran into the forest, the darker everything became. My lungs ached. My ankle burned. But fear kept me moving. He was going to lock me away. I knew it now. The rejection had never been freedom. It had only made his obsession worse. A twig snapped somewhere behind me. Too close. I spun around sharply. Nothing. Only darkness. Only trees. Then suddenly, growling. Low. Animalistic. Wrong. My blood froze. Rogues. 3 massive wolves emerged slowly from the shadows. Scarred. Wild-eyed. Starving. Panic crashed through me instantly. I stumbled backward. One of them snarled and lunged toward me. I ran. Again, but exhaustion was already destroying my body. The rogue wolves chased me easily through the trees. Closer. Closer. A scream tore from my throat when claws ripped across my arm. Pain exploded through me. I fell hard against the wet forest ground. The wolves circled slowly. Predatory. Hungry. One of them shifted partially, revealing yellow rotting teeth beneath a twisted grin. "Well," he rasped. "Look what we found." Fear paralyzed me completely. The second rogue grabbed my ankle violently and dragged me through the mud. I screamed again. No one would hear me. No one would come. Then, the forest suddenly went silent. Every rogue froze. A strange terror filled their faces instantly. Heavy footsteps echoed somewhere behind them. Slow, deadly. The air itself changed. Power flooded the forest so violently my breath caught. One rogue whispered shakily, "Lycan." My heart stopped. Out of the darkness, a massive figure emerged. Tall, covered in blood, black clothing torn from battle, tattooed skin streaked with dirt and violence, golden eyes glowing in the dark. Beautiful, terrifying. The rogues backed away instantly, but the stranger's gaze never left me. Not once. Something ancient flickered across his expression the second our eyes met. Shock, possession, need. Then one rogue panicked and attacked him. Big mistake. The stranger caught the wolf by the throat effortlessly and snapped its neck. Like breaking a branch. Blood sprayed across the forest floor. The remaining rogues tried to run. None of them made it far. Violence exploded around me. Fast, brutal, inhuman. I could barely breathe as the stranger tore through them like death itself. And somehow, the most terrifying part wasn't the blood. It was the way he kept looking at me between every kill. Like I belonged to him already. The final rogue hit the ground lifelessly. Silence returned. Only heavy breathing filled the forest now. The stranger slowly turned toward me fully. Moonlight spilled across his face. And suddenly, something inside my chest snapped violently. Warmth exploded through my body. A bond. No, that wasn't possible. The stranger froze too. Golden eyes widened slightly. Mate, the deep, rough word shattered through me. Second chance bond. My vision blurred instantly. Too much pain. Too much fear. Too much blood loss. The stranger moved toward me quickly as my body finally gave out. Strong arms caught me before I hit the ground. The last thing I felt before darkness consumed me was his hand cradling my face with terrifying gentleness. "Mine," he whispered. And then everything disappeared. Blood covered my hands. Again, the war had lasted 3 months. 3 months of tearing enemies apart beneath black skies while kings begged for mercy at my feet. None of it mattered anymore. Not after tonight. The forest was too quiet as I crossed the borderlands alone. Even the wind felt wrong. My Lycan sensed it first. Someone. The beast inside me became restless instantly. I ignored it. Until I caught the scent. Female. Soft, wildflowers and rain. My entire body went rigid. Impossible. The feeling slammed into my chest so violently I nearly stopped walking. Mate. No, that was impossible. I had lost my mate years ago. The moon goddess didn't grant second chances to monsters like me. A scream suddenly ripped through the forest. Female. Terrified. My control snapped instantly. I moved before thinking. The trees blurred around me as I tracked the scent deeper into the dark. Then I saw them. Rogues. 3 of them surrounding a trembling female on the ground. And the second my eyes landed on her, everything inside me fucking stopped. Mine. The word exploded through my skull so violently my Lycan nearly tore free. The female looked up at me with wide silver blue eyes filled with fear. Beautiful. Gods. She was devastating. Mud covered her dress. Blood stained her arm. And yet she looked like something carved from moonlight itself. One of the rogues touched her ankle. That was his final mistake. Rage unlike anything I had ever felt detonated inside me. The beast took over completely. I killed the first wolf before he even realized I had moved. Bone cracked beneath my hand. Blood sprayed across the trees. The female flinched violently at the sound. The second rogue tried to run. Coward. I ripped him apart before he made it 5 steps. The last wolf dropped to his knees, shaking. Please. I tore his throat out anyway. Silence returned slowly. My breathing came hard now. Violent. Animalistic. Blood dripped from my hands onto the forest floor. But all I could focus on was her. The female stared at me like she couldn't decide if I was salvation or death. Smart girl. I slowly walked toward her. Careful. Controlled. Even though every instinct inside me screamed to grab her. Claim her. Hide her somewhere nobody would ever touch her again. The closer I got, the stronger the bond became. Second chance mate. Real. Impossible. Beautiful. Mine. My chest tightened painfully. Because for the first time in years, I felt something other than rage. The female tried to stand suddenly. Fear flashed across her face when she stumbled backward from me. My jaw clenched instantly. Someone had hurt her badly enough that she feared all powerful males now. The thought alone nearly sent me back into another rage. Easy, I said quietly. My voice sounded rough from disuse. The female's breathing shook. Then the wind shifted. And suddenly, another scent hit me. Male, wolf, alpha. My entire body went still. The female smelled like him. Possession exploded through me, so fast it was almost unbearable. Who touched her? Who claimed her scent? A low growl vibrated deep in my chest before I could stop it. Fear flickered in her eyes again. I forced myself to calm down immediately. Not at her. Never at her. My gaze dropped slowly over the bruises on her wrist. Finger marks. My vision darkened instantly. Someone had grabbed her hard enough to leave damage. Violence curled beneath my skin. Who did this to you? The female swallowed shakily. She opened her mouth, then suddenly swayed. Blood loss. Exhaustion. The mate bond crashing into her all at once. I moved instantly as her knees gave out. She collapsed directly into my arms. Mine. The thought hit harder this time. I stared down at her unconscious face while something dangerously possessive settled inside my chest. The moon goddess had given her to me. After years of war. After years of blood. After years of becoming something barely human. Her soft breathing brushed against my throat. And for the first time in a very long time, the monster inside me became still. My hand slid gently against her cheek. Too delicate. Too soft for this world. Then I caught that alpha scent again. And rage exploded through me instantly. Someone had already tried to claim what belonged to me. Big mistake. Very big mistake. I lifted her carefully into my arms before turning toward the mountains. Toward my kingdom. Toward home. And as I carried my unconscious mate through the dark forest, I made a silent promise. Anyone who touched her again would die screaming. The first thing I noticed when she woke up was fear. Her body jerked violently beneath the black silk sheets as panic flashed across her face. Instinct growled inside me immediately. Protect. I remained seated near the fireplace, watching her carefully from the shadows of my chambers. You're safe. My voice came out rougher than intended. The female froze. Silver blue eyes snapped toward me instantly. Gods, even exhausted and pale, she was devastating to look at. Dark hair spilled across the pillows. Her lips parted softly as confusion crossed her face. Then awareness hit her. The forest. The rogues. Me. Fear returned immediately. Her pulse quickened. I could hear it. Smell it. I hated that scent on her. You're in my castle, I said quietly. Her gaze darted around the massive room. Stone walls. Black silk curtains. Moonlight pouring through towering windows. Then her eyes landed back on me. You're the Lycan King. I nodded once. Most females trembled around me. Most males too. She only looked exhausted. And scared. My jaw tightened at the bruises still visible on her wrist. Someone had touched her too hard. The thought alone nearly sent me into another rage. What's your name? The female hesitated. Like names had power. Nyra. Mine. The bond pulsed instantly at hearing it. Nyra noticed the slight change in my expression immediately. She slowly sat up, then winced sharply. Pain. I stood before thinking. The movement made her flinch. I stopped instantly. Fuck. My chest twisted strangely. You're injured, I said carefully. Nyra stared at me warily. I'm fine. Lie. The scent of blood still clung to her skin. I walked slowly toward the bed, giving her enough space to move away if she wanted. Every instinct inside me screamed to touch her, to pull her into my chest, to make sure she was real, that fear still lingered in her eyes. And I refused to become another monster she feared. You lost blood, I murmured. Nyra's gaze lowered slightly. Then finally, you killed them. No horror filled her voice. Only disbelief. Yes. Silence stretched between us. Firelight danced across her skin softly. Beautiful. Dangerously beautiful. The beast inside me became restless again. Mine. I ignored it. Barely. Nyra slowly looked back up at me. Why did you help me? The question hit something ugly inside my chest. Because she truly didn't understand yet. Didn't realize what she was to me. My gaze locked onto hers. The moon goddess tied your soul to mine. Her breathing faltered instantly. Fear. Again. I hated it. Nyra shook her head slightly. No. The denial sounded fragile. Like she wanted it to be impossible too. Second chance bonds were rare enough to become legends. Especially for Lycans. Especially for monsters like me. But the bond between us only tightened harder the longer I stood near her. Warm. Violent. Possessive. Real. Nyra slowly pulled the blanket tighter around herself. The movement exposed more bruises along her shoulder. My vision darkened instantly. Who touched you? Her body stiffened. Wrong reaction. Not fear of the question. Fear of the answer. Rage curled beneath my skin. You're Alpha. The words came out colder than intended. Nyra looked away. That was enough confirmation. Something vicious inside me snapped. The fireplace cracked loudly behind me. My control slipped for half a second. I saw the fear return to her face immediately. Fuck. I forced myself to breathe slowly. Not at her. Never at her. But the thought of another male grabbing her, claiming her, hurting her, made murder feel too merciful. Nyra watched me carefully now. Like she was trying to decide whether I was safer than him. The fact she even had to question it filled me with fury. I won't hurt you. The words left my mouth quietly. Nyra blinked slightly at the certainty in my voice. Because I meant it. My gaze dragged slowly over her face. Soft lips. Wide silver eyes. Delicate skin. Mine. The possessiveness startled even me. Nyra noticed the intensity immediately. You keep looking at me like that. I held her stare. Like what? Her throat moved as she swallowed. Like you already own me. The room went silent. Because the terrifying part. My beast agreed. Every instinct inside me wanted to lock the doors to this castle and never let another soul near her again. Mine. The bond practically snarled it now. But one look at the fear still lingering behind her eyes, and I forced the darkness back down. Barely. You're tired, I said quietly. Nyra kept staring at me cautiously. Rest. She hesitated. Aren't you leaving? A dangerous smile almost pulled at my mouth. No. Her pulse quickened instantly again. I softened my voice slightly. You're in Lycan territory now, Nyra. I moved toward the large chair beside the fireplace slowly, before sitting back down. And after what happened in that forest, my eyes lifted toward her again. I'm not letting you out of my sight. I didn't sleep. Not really. Every time my eyes closed, I saw Mason. Silver eyes. Possessive hands. You belong to me. The memory sent another shiver through my body as I stared up at the unfamiliar ceiling above me. Moonlight spilled across the massive bedroom softly. Too quiet. Too warm. Too safe. Which somehow felt more dangerous. Because monsters weren't supposed to make you feel safe. And yet, Draven stayed beside the fireplace the entire night. He never touched me. Never forced me to speak. Never looked at me the way Mason did when we were alone. No, Draven looked at me like something precious. That terrified me almost more. A soft crack from the fireplace made me glance toward him again. The Lycan King sat in silence. Massive body relaxed slightly in the dark chair. One arm rested against the armrest. Black shirt stretched tightly across broad shoulders. His knuckles still carried dried blood from the rogues he killed. Beautiful. Violent. Dangerous. My pulse betrayed me instantly. Draven noticed. Golden eyes slowly lifted toward mine. The intensity in them made my stomach tighten. You keep staring at me. Heat rushed into my cheeks immediately. I wasn't. A slow, almost amused smile touched his mouth. Liar. My breath caught slightly. Gods. Even his voice did strange things to my body. I quickly looked away. Bad idea. Because now I became painfully aware of the thin silk blanket against my bare legs. The cold air brushing against my skin. The fact I was alone in a room with a male powerful enough to destroy kingdoms. A male who was apparently my mate. Second chance mate. The thought still didn't feel real. You're frightened of me. Draven's voice pulled me from my thoughts. I hesitated, then answered honestly. A little. Silence. Then, that's fair. The unexpected answer made me look at him again. Draven leaned back slightly in the chair. Firelight flickered across his sharp face. I've done terrible things, Nyra. No pride in his voice. No shame either. Just truth. The honesty caught me off guard. Most powerful men lied constantly, especially alphas. But Draven felt brutally honest, dangerously honest. My eyes drifted down his body before I could stop myself. Big mistake. The loose black shirt exposed part of his tattooed chest. Scars crossed his skin everywhere. War marks. Violence carved directly into him. And somehow, I wanted to touch them. My pulse quickened instantly at the thought. Draven noticed again. His gaze darkened slightly. What are you thinking about? Heat flooded my face. Nothing. Another lie. This time his smile became dangerous. Slow. Predatory. The bond between us pulsed harder suddenly. Warmth spread low in my stomach. Oh God! I shifted slightly beneath the blanket. Draven's eyes followed the movement instantly. The air changed. Thicker. Hotter. Something primal moved beneath his calm expression now. You can feel it too. Not a question. The mate bond. The tension. The pull dragging me toward him. I hated how my body reacted to it. Especially after Mason. Especially after everything. I don't understand any of this, I whispered. Draven's expression softened slightly. The change shocked me. A male that terrifying shouldn't look gentle. And yet somehow, he did. You don't have to tonight. His deep voice wrapped around me slowly. No one will touch you here. Emotion tightened painfully in my chest at those words. Because I realized something horrible. Nobody had ever promised me safety before. Not really. Draven stood slowly from the chair. My pulse instantly sped up again. He moved toward the bed carefully, like he knew I might run. The massive mattress dipped slightly as he sat on the edge beside me. Too close. Heat radiated from his body immediately. My breathing became uneven. Draven noticed every second of it. Golden eyes dragged slowly across my face, then lower, to my throat, my bare shoulders. The blanket clenched tightly in my hands. Not because I thought he would hurt me, because some reckless part of me wondered what would happen if he touched me. Dangerous thought. Very dangerous. Draven's jaw tightened suddenly. "You're hurt," his gaze fixed on the scratches along my arm, the bruises on my skin. Rage flickered across his face instantly. "He did this to you, Mason." Even hearing him mentioned ruined the warmth building inside me. Fear crawled back beneath my skin immediately. Draven noticed the change, and something lethal entered his expression. "If he touches you again." The low growl in his voice sent chills through me. "He dies." The certainty in his tone stole my breath. Not anger. Promise. Realization hit me hard then. Draven truly would kill for me. Without hesitation. The terrifying part. Some broken selfish part of me liked knowing that. Draven's hand lifted slowly toward my face. He paused inches away, waiting, giving me the choice. My heart pounded violently. Then slowly, I nodded. His fingers brushed softly against my cheek. The touch was unbelievably gentle for such a massive, brutal male. Heat rushed through me instantly. The mate bond pulsed harder. Draven's eyes darkened. A rough breath left him quietly. Fuck. The word sent another wave of heat through me. Because the way he looked at me now, like he was barely holding himself together, made my body react in ways it absolutely shouldn't. And for the first time since the rejection, I forgot Alpha Mason existed. I should have pulled away from him. The moment Draven touched my face, I should have moved. Instead, I leaned into his hand. Just slightly, but enough. A rough sound escaped his throat instantly. Not human. Not entirely. Golden eyes darkened dangerously as his thumb brushed softly across my cheek. Heat spread through my body so fast it almost scared me. The mate bond pulsed harder. Warmer. Hungry. Draven stared at me like he was trying to hold himself back from something violent. Something consuming. "You shouldn't look at me like that," he said quietly. My pulse stumbled. "Like what?" His gaze lowered briefly to my lips. "Like you trust me." The honesty in his voice hit harder than it should have. Because the terrifying truth. I did. More than I should. More than was smart. Draven's hand slowly slid from my cheek down to my throat. Gentle. Careful. Like he knew exactly how dangerous he could become if he lost control. My breathing turned uneven instantly. His eyes tracked every reaction. Every inhale. Every tiny movement. The intensity of his attention made heat coil low in my stomach. "Your heart speeds up every time I touch you." My cheeks burned. "You can hear that?" A slow smile touched his mouth. "I can hear everything." God, the way he said it sent another wave of warmth through me. Draven leaned closer slowly. Not forcing. Waiting. Giving me time to stop him. But I didn't. His scent surrounded me completely now. Smoke. Rain. Blood. Male. Dangerous. My fingers tightened in the blanket as his forehead almost brushed mine. The tension between us felt unbearable. "You're shaking again," he murmured. "I'm cold." Lie. Draven noticed instantly. His eyes darkened with amusement. Liar. The deep roughness in his voice made my stomach twist. I hated how much I liked hearing him say that. His fingers moved lightly against the side of my neck. Slow circles. Soft enough to make me shiver. A low growl vibrated inside his chest at my reaction. The sound shot straight through me. "You feel it too?" he said quietly. The bond. The pull. The unbearable awareness every time he came close. I swallowed hard. Yes, the single word changed something in his expression instantly. Control slipped. Just a little. But enough. Draven's gaze became hungry. Primal. Like the beast beneath his skin was finally looking directly at me. My pulse jumped harder. Instead of frightening me, the look made heat flood through my body. Dangerous. So dangerous. Draven noticed immediately. Fuck, he muttered under his breath. His hand suddenly tightened slightly against my throat. Not enough to hurt. Just enough to make my breath catch. The change in my breathing made his eyes flash gold. You have no idea what you do to me. The words wrapped around my body like heat. My lips parted softly. Draven's gaze dropped to them instantly. The room became painfully quiet. No movement. No sound. Just tension. And the terrifying possibility of what would happen if one of us moved first. Then suddenly, a violent knock echoed somewhere below the castle. Draven froze instantly. The warmth vanished from his expression. Pure predator replaced it. Another knock thundered through the fortress. Hard enough to shake the walls. My stomach tightened. Draven slowly stood from the bed. Every trace of softness disappeared from his face now. Only violence remained. He moved toward the window silently before looking down toward the gates below. Then his jaw clenched. What is it? I whispered. Draven turned toward me slowly. Rage burned behind his golden eyes. You're Alpha. Ice flooded my veins instantly. No. No. He brought soldiers. Fear crashed into me so hard my chest hurt. Draven noticed immediately. And something terrifying happened. The Lycan King smiled. Not kindly. Not warmly. No, this smile belonged to a monster. Cold. Beautiful. Deadly. Good, he said softly. The word sent chills down my spine. Because suddenly, Draven looked eager. Like he'd been waiting for a reason to spill blood again. And somehow, that terrified me far less than the thought of Mason reaching me first. The castle felt colder now, like it sensed violence coming. I stood near the massive bedroom, windows while thunder rolled outside the dark, mountains surrounding Draven's kingdom. Far below, torches burned near the gates. Mason's soldiers. My stomach twisted painfully. He found me too fast. Draven stood near the doorway, fastening black armor around his forearms slowly. Every movement looked controlled. But the rage beneath it? Impossible to miss. Golden eyes lifted toward me briefly. He didn't find you. Confusion flickered through me. What? Draven's jaw tightened. He tracked your scent. Fear crawled beneath my skin instantly. Of course Mason could. He knew my scent better than anyone. The thought alone made me feel sick. Draven noticed immediately. Something dangerous flashed across his face. He touched you too much. Heat rushed into my cheeks despite the fear. The possessiveness in his voice made my pulse quicken. Draven hated the idea of another male knowing my body. Especially Mason. Especially my former mate. A knock sounded against the door. One of Draven's warriors entered quickly before kneeling. My king. The Alpha demands the female be returned immediately. Female. Like I wasn't standing right there. Draven's expression turned lethal. And? The warrior hesitated carefully. He says she belongs to him. Silence. Heavy, deadly silence. Then Draven laughed softly. The sound chilled my blood completely. Because there was no humor in it. Only violence. Bring him to the lower hall, Draven said quietly. The warrior immediately bowed and disappeared. My pulse pounded harder. You're going down there. Draven turned toward me fully now. Massive. Terrifying. Beautiful. He crossed into my territory demanding my mate. The word wrapped around my body instantly. Mate. Real. Possessive. Draven walked slowly toward me. You think I'm letting that go? Fear and warmth tangled together painfully inside my chest. Because a part of me knew exactly what Mason wanted. Me, not as a Luna, not even as a mate anymore. As something he owned. Draven stopped directly in front of me. Close enough for heat to wrap around my skin instantly. His gaze dragged over my face carefully. You're frightened. I swallowed hard. Yes. Draven's expression softened slightly. Only for me. Never for anyone else. You don't have to see him. Relief almost hit me, until another thought followed right after. Mason wouldn't stop. Not until he dragged me back himself. He won't leave, I whispered. Draven's eyes darkened instantly. No, the certainty in his voice terrified me. Because he understood Mason already. Male obsession recognized male obsession. Draven's hand lifted slowly toward my face again. His knuckles brushed softly against my cheek. Warm, gentle. Such a terrifying contrast to the monster everyone feared. You stay here. I grabbed his wrist before thinking. The second I touched him, the mate bond exploded with heat. Draven froze instantly. Golden eyes dropped to my hand, gripping him. A dangerous silence filled the room. My pulse jumped violently. I don't want you getting hurt. The word slipped out quietly. Realization flashed across Draven's face. Shock, then something darker. Something possessive. His hand suddenly closed around mine, slowly. Huge. Warm. You're worried about me? The roughness in his voice made heat rush through me. I tried pulling my hand back. Draven didn't let go immediately. Instead, he stepped closer. Too close. My breathing became uneven instantly. The bond pulsed harder between us now. Hungry. Wanting. Draven's gaze lowered slowly to my mouth. Careful, little mate. The deep warning in his voice sent chills through me. You touch me like that again. His thumb brushed softly across my knuckles. And I'm going to forget how to behave. Heat flooded my entire body. God, the way he spoke to me, like he was constantly fighting himself, made every nerve ending feel too sensitive. Draven noticed immediately. His eyes darkened with satisfaction. You react to me so easily. I hated how true that was. Especially because some reckless part of me wanted him closer. Wanted to know what would happen if he kissed me. Dangerous thought. Very dangerous. Draven slowly leaned down. My breath caught instantly. The room felt too hot now. Too small. His forehead almost touched mine again. You smell fucking incredible when you're flustered. The rough whisper nearly destroyed my ability to think. My lips parted softly. Draven's control visibly snapped for half a second. His hand tightened around mine. A low growl vibrated deep inside his chest. Then suddenly, another violent knock thundered through the castle below. Mason. Reality crashed back instantly. Draven's expression turned murderous again. The warmth disappeared from his face completely. Only the beast remained now. He released my hand slowly before stepping away. But his golden eyes stayed locked on mine. If he speaks to you disrespectfully. The dangerous calm in his voice sent chills through me. I'm tearing his throat out. And somehow, I believed him completely. The lower halls smelled like rain, steel, and blood. I stood beside Draven near the massive black throne while dozens of Lycans lined the stone walls silently. Every single one of them looked deadly. But none of them compared to the male beside me. Draven rested one hand against the armrest lazily while the other stayed wrapped around my waist possessively. Like he already expected trouble. Like he already planned to kill someone. The giant doors at the end of the hall suddenly opened. My heartbeat stopped instantly. Mason entered surrounded by armed wolves. Silver eyes locked onto me immediately. Not the throne. Not the Lycans. Me, Relief flashed across his face so quickly, I almost missed it. Then rage replaced it. Pure rage. Because Draven's hand was still on my waist. Claiming. Protective. Mason's jaw flexed violently. Well, he said coldly. There you are, pretty thing. The nickname made my stomach twist now. Not warmth. Not tension. Fear. Draven noticed instantly. The air in the room became dangerous. Golden eyes slowly lifted toward Mason. You speak to my mate like that again. His voice stayed calm. Too calm. And I'll remove your tongue. Several wolves behind Mason stiffened immediately. Fear flickered across their faces. Because unlike alphas, Lycans didn't bluff. Mason's gaze never left me. Draven's hand slid slightly higher against my waist. The look in Mason's eyes turned murderous instantly. You touched her. A low growl vibrated through Draven's chest. She's my mate. The room fell silent. Heavy. Deadly. Mason laughed suddenly. Cold. Unstable. She was mine first. Draven stood slowly from the throne. Every Lycan in the room instantly straightened. Predators reacting to a stronger predator. My pulse jumped. Because Draven suddenly looked enormous. Terrifying. You rejected her. The words cracked through the hall. Mason's expression darkened immediately. His silver eyes finally shifted toward Draven fully. And? Rage flashed across Draven's face. Fast. Violent. Which means you no longer have rights to her. The tension in the room became unbearable. Mason stepped closer. So that's it? He asked darkly. You find a wounded female in the woods and suddenly she belongs to you. Draven smiled. God, that smile was horrifying. Yes, the single word echoed through the hall like a threat. Mason's control visibly cracked. You know nothing about her. Wrong thing to say. Because Draven's arm tightened around my waist possessively. I know enough. Golden eyes flicked briefly toward the bruises still visible on my skin. The temperature in the room seemed to drop instantly. I know someone touched my mate without permission. Mason's expression became lethal. She liked it before. The words hit like poison. Humiliation flooded through me instantly. Draven went completely still beside me. Dead still. Which somehow felt far more dangerous than anger. Mason kept staring directly at me now. Obsessively. You remember, don't you, pretty thing? My stomach turned. You used to tremble every time I touched you. Draven moved before I could react. 1 second he stood beside me. The next Mason slammed violently into the stone wall across the hall. Gasps erupted everywhere. The entire room shook from the impact. Draven's hand wrapped around Mason's throat instantly. Golden eyes glowing. Speak about her again. His voice no longer sounded fully human. See what fucking happens. Mason laughed despite being pinned against the wall. Completely insane. You're already obsessed with her. The accusation echoed through the hall. Draven's jaw tightened. Because it was true. Everyone could see it already. Mason's gaze suddenly shifted toward me again. Softened slightly. Which somehow made it worse. You came willingly? He asked quietly. The question caught me off guard. I looked at Draven. Then back at Mason. And for the first time since my rejection, I answered honestly. Yes. Silence. Mason stared at me like the word physically hurt him. Something shattered behind his eyes. Not sadness. Possession. Loss of control. Danger. Draven noticed too. His body shifted subtly in front of mine protectively. Mason slowly smiled then. But there was nothing sane left in it anymore. Interesting. My stomach tightened painfully. Because suddenly, he looked worse than before. Like hearing I chose to stay with Draven had broken the final piece of restraint inside him. And somehow, I knew this wasn't over. Not even close. The moment Mason left the castle, The entire hall finally breathed again. Lycans slowly relaxed around us, but the tension still clung heavily to the air. Because everyone had seen it. The obsession in Mason's eyes. The violence in Draven's. And somehow, I stood between both monsters. Draven remained motionless beside the throne, golden eyes fixed on the closed doors long after Mason disappeared. Rage still rolled off him in waves. Dark, primal, dangerous. I hesitated before touching his arm lightly. The second my fingers brushed him, his entire body tensed. Then slowly, Draven looked down at me. The fury in his eyes softened instantly. Only for me. Are you all right? The question startled me. After everything that just happened, he cared whether I was shaken. Not whether Mason threatened him. Not whether war was coming. Me, I'm okay, I whispered. Lie. My body still trembled from the way Mason looked at me. Like he planned to take me back no matter what stood in his way. Draven noticed immediately. His hands slid against my waist again slowly. Warm, steadying. He frightened you. I swallowed hard. A little. Draven's jaw tightened. He shouldn't have spoken to you like that. The anger in his voice made warmth bloom unexpectedly inside my chest. Protective. Not controlling. Protective. The difference mattered more than I wanted to admit. One of the Lycans near the wall suddenly smirked. Our king is terrifyingly obsessed already. Several warriors laughed quietly. Heat rushed into my face instantly. Draven didn't deny it. Didn't even look embarrassed. Instead, his thumb brushed slowly against my waist beneath the thin fabric of my dress. Possessive. Careful. Another warrior muttered toward me teasingly. He kills people when he gets jealous. Draven's eyes remained on mine. I kill people for much less. A nervous laugh escaped me before I could stop it. Big mistake. Something dark flashed across Draven's face instantly. Like hearing me laugh did something to him. The room suddenly felt too warm again. Too intimate. Draven noticed every second of my reaction. God, nothing escaped this male. You're blushing. The rough amusement in his voice made it worse. I'm not. Liar. My stomach tightened instantly at the word. Draven's gaze lowered briefly to my mouth. The tension between us thickened dangerously again. One of the Lycans coughed loudly. My king, he muttered dryly. Maybe stop looking at your mate like you're about to drag her into your bedroom. The entire hall burst into laughter. I nearly died from humiliation. Draven, however, looked completely unaffected. If I wanted privacy, he said calmly, still staring directly at me, all of you would already be gone. Heat flooded every inch of my body. Bastard. The warriors laughed harder before slowly leaving the hall one by one, clearly used to their king terrifying everyone around him. Soon only Draven and I remained. Silence settled between us softly. Dangerously. His hand still rested against my waist. Neither of us moved away. You shouldn't tease me like that in front of them, I whispered finally. Draven stepped closer immediately. Close enough that my pulse jumped. Why? The deep roughness in his voice slid through me slowly. My breathing turned uneven. Because they'll think things. A dangerous smile touched his mouth. Things? I hated how easily he affected me. Draven leaned down slightly. What exactly do you think they're imagining, little mate? Heat exploded through me instantly. God, the way he spoke to me, slow and rough like he enjoyed watching me unravel, should have been illegal. I looked away quickly. Draven's fingers brushed softly beneath my chin, forcing my gaze back to him. No running. The command sent another wave of heat through me. My pulse betrayed me instantly. Draven noticed. Of course he did. Golden eyes darkened with satisfaction. You react so sweetly to me. My lips parted softly. Draven's gaze dropped there immediately. The room became silent again. Heavy, tense, The mate bond pulsed hard between us. Hungry. My entire body felt too aware of him. His size. His scent. His hands. The dangerous warmth in his eyes every time he touched me. Draven slowly moved even closer. Now I could feel the heat radiating from his chest. My breathing completely lost rhythm. His voice dropped lower. Tell me to stop. I couldn't. That was the problem. Because despite how dangerous he looked, despite the violence inside him, I wanted him closer. Draven saw the answer in my face instantly. A rough breath escaped him. Fuck. The curse sent heat low into my stomach. Then suddenly, his forehead rested lightly against mine. Gentle. Careful. Like he was holding himself back with everything he had. You're going to destroy my self-control, little mate. And God's help me. I like the sound of that far too much. I couldn't stop staring at his mouth. Big mistake. Draven noticed immediately. The dangerous amusement in his golden eyes nearly destroyed what little self-control I had left. Careful, little mate. His deep voice brushed across my skin slowly. You keep looking at me like that. Heat flooded my body instantly. I swallowed hard. Like what? Draven's hand tightened slightly against my waist. Like you want me to kiss you. My pulse stumbled violently. Because I did. God's help me. I really did. The realization should have terrified me. Instead, it made heat coil low in my stomach. Draven watched every emotion flicker across my face silently. Patiently. Like a predator waiting for permission. You can tell me no, he murmured. The gentleness in his voice ruined me more than dominance ever could. Because he actually meant it. After Mason, that mattered. A lot. I slowly shook my head. Draven went completely still. The mate bond pulsed hard between us. Warm, hungry, needy. Then finally, his hand slid into my hair carefully before he kissed me. Soft. God, I hadn't expected soft. Not from him. Not from a male built for war and violence. But the way Draven kissed me felt devastatingly careful. Like he was trying not to frighten me. My fingers tightened against his shirt instantly. Heat exploded through my body. The bond practically purred between us. Draven made a rough sound against my mouth the second I leaned closer. And suddenly, the kiss deepened. Slowly, his hand moved down my spine possessively, while his mouth claimed mine harder. Hungrier. My breathing completely unraveled. I had never felt anything like this before. Never wanted someone like this before. Draven kissed me like he was starving, but still holding himself back. Still trying to stay gentle for me. The thought made warmth ache painfully inside my chest. A soft sound escaped my lips without permission. Big mistake. Draven froze for half a second before a low growl vibrated through him. The sound shot straight through my body. Fuck, he muttered roughly against my mouth. Heat rushed lower instantly. My entire body felt sensitive now. Too aware of him. Of his hands. His scent. The massive strength beneath his control. Draven slowly backed me against the edge of the throne beside us without breaking the kiss. I gasped softly when his large hands gripped my hips. The reaction made him growl again. His forehead rested briefly against mine. You have no idea what you're doing to me. The rough honesty in his voice sent another wave of heat through me. I wanted him closer. Needed him closer. The realization shocked me with its intensity. Draven's golden eyes searched my face carefully. Making sure. Always making sure. You can stop me any time. My heart twisted painfully at the words. Because Mason never would have asked. Never would have cared. But Draven did. I lifted my hand slowly against his jaw. The rough stubble beneath my fingertips made my stomach tighten. I don't want you to stop. Something inside Draven snapped. The control in his expression cracked instantly. He kissed me again, harder this time. Hungrier. His hand slid beneath my thigh before lifting me effortlessly onto the edge of the dark throne. A startled gasp escaped me. Draven moved between my knees immediately. Huge, warm, dangerous. My body reacted before my mind could, legs parting slightly for him. The low sound that left Draven's throat nearly melted me completely. Beautiful fucking girl. The praise hit harder than it should have. My face burned. Draven noticed. And gods, he looked addicted to every reaction he pulled from me. His fingers brushed slowly along my bare thigh beneath the dress. Careful. Testing. My breath caught instantly. The touch was soft enough to make me shiver. Draven's eyes locked onto mine the entire time. Watching. Learning. My pulse pounded harder when his hand slid higher. Heat curled low in my stomach. Embarrassing. Intense. I shifted slightly. Draven immediately noticed the movement. You're nervous. I laughed shakily. A little. His thumb stroked softly against my thigh. You don't have to be. The deep calm in his voice soothed something inside me instantly. Draven kissed me again slowly, while his hand moved higher beneath the fabric. My body trembled. Not from fear. From anticipation. The realization alone nearly killed me. A rough breath left Draven when he felt how sensitive I was already. Fuck, little mate. Heat flooded my face completely. He noticed everything. Every reaction. Every breath. Every tiny sound. Draven's forehead rested briefly against mine again. Tell me if anything feels wrong. The tenderness in his voice almost hurt. I nodded shakily. His fingers brushed me softly then, and my entire body jerked. A breathless sound escaped me instantly. Draven cursed under his breath. Golden eyes darkened with pure hunger. But he still moved slowly, patiently, like my reactions mattered more than his own control. The warmth building inside me became unbearable. My fingers tangled tightly in his shirt, as another soft gasp escaped me. Draven's mouth found my throat, kissing slowly, deeply, while his hand kept touching me in ways that made it impossible to think. Pleasure curled tighter and tighter inside me. New, overwhelming. Draven. The way his name left my lips destroyed the last of his restraint. A rough growl vibrated against my skin. That's it, he murmured darkly. Let me feel you, little mate. And gods help me, I wanted exactly that. Everything felt too intense. Too hot. Too overwhelming. Draven's hand moved against me slowly while his mouth kissed the sensitive skin beneath my jaw. My entire body trembled every time he touched me. Not fear. Never fear. Need. The realization alone nearly destroyed me. A soft, helpless sound escaped my lips again. Draven groaned quietly against my throat. Fuck, little mate. The roughness in his voice sent another wave of heat through me instantly. My fingers tightened harder in his shirt. The massive male between my thighs looked dangerously close to losing control now. Golden eyes glowing faintly. Breathing uneven. Completely focused on me. Draven kissed me again deeply while his hand kept moving slowly. The tension building inside me became unbearable. I could barely think anymore. Every nerve in my body felt too sensitive, too aware of him. The way his large hand gripped my thigh possessively. The deep growls rumbling in his chest whenever I reacted. The bond between us practically burned now. Hungry. Wanting. Mine. Draven suddenly pulled back slightly. His breathing looked almost painful. You're so fucking responsive. Heat flooded my face. I tried hiding it by turning my head away. Draven caught my chin gently immediately. No hiding. The command sent another shiver through me. His thumb brushed softly across my swollen lips. You're beautiful like this. The praise made my stomach tighten. Nobody had ever touched me this carefully before. Emotion hit me unexpectedly hard. His expression softened. "What is it?" I swallowed shakily. "Nothing, liar." The word sounded gentler this time. I lipped down embarrassed. Why was this suddenly hard to say? Draven waited patiently. "I've never." Understanding flashed across his face instantly. His entire body went still. "You've never been touched like this before." Heat burned through me completely now. I nodded once. Silence filled the room. Not awkward. Something deeper. More dangerous. Draven stared at me like the answer physically affected him. Then suddenly, his forehead pressed against mine roughly. A curse left him under his breath. "You trusted me with this." "Because somehow," he sounded honored. Not entitled. Honored. My fingers brushed softly against the side of his face. "You make me feel safe." The confession shattered something inside him completely. I saw it happen. The control. The distance. Gone. Draven kissed me hard enough to steal my breath. One hand tangled carefully into my hair, while the other held my waist like he never planned to let me go again. The intensity of it overwhelmed me instantly. My body reacted harder this time. Pleasure tightened sharply low in my stomach. Draven felt it immediately. A rough growl escaped him. "That's it." His voice sounded wrecked now. "Beautiful fucking girl." The praise made heat explode through me. Draven's hand moved again slowly. Building. Pushing. Every touch dragged another helpless sound from my lips. The tension inside me tightened harder and harder until I could barely breathe through it. "Draven." His eyes flashed gold. "Let go for me, little mate." The rough command wrapped around my body completely. And then suddenly, everything shattered. Pleasure crashed through me so violently my entire body shook. A broken sound escaped my throat as I grabbed onto him desperately. Draven held me through it instantly. Strong arms wrapping around me possessively while low. Growls vibrated through his chest. "There you go." His voice sounded almost proud. "So fucking beautiful." My breathing stayed uneven long after the intensity faded. I buried my burning face against his neck immediately. Humiliated. Overwhelmed. Draven's deep laugh rumbled softly beneath my cheek. "You're hiding again." "Shut up." The words only made him laugh harder. Warmth spread through my chest unexpectedly at the sound. Because for the first time in what felt like forever, I felt wanted without feeling afraid. Draven's fingers brushed slowly through my hair as he held me against him. Careful. Protective. Mine. The bond purred happily between us. And God's help me, so did my heart. I was completely fucked. That became painfully clear the second Nyra buried her face against my neck afterward. Small, warm, trusting. Mine. The possessive thought hit so hard my beast nearly pushed forward again. I held her carefully against my chest while my breathing slowly steadied. Barely. Because the truth. One more sound from her, one more needy little gasp, and I would have lost every remaining piece of control I had left. My hand moved slowly through her dark hair. Soft. Gods. Everything about her felt soft. Nothing like the brutal world around us. Nothing like me. Nyra shifted slightly in my lap. Big mistake. A rough curse nearly escaped me. The female froze instantly against me. Then slowly, I felt her realize exactly what she'd done to my body. Heat flooded her scent immediately. Embarrassment. Shyness. And underneath it, desire. Fuck. My eyes closed briefly. The mate bond pulsed hard inside my chest now. Hungry. Possessive. Wanting more. So much more. Nyra slowly lifted her face from my neck. Silver blue eyes met mine cautiously. Beautiful. Too fucking beautiful. The vulnerable look in her eyes nearly destroyed what little sanity I had left. "You okay?" The quiet question hit me harder than it should have. Because she sounded worried about me. After what I'd just done to her. I laughed softly under my breath. Dangerous mistake. Her pulse instantly quickened again. Gods, she reacted to everything. Every sound. Every touch. Every look. And my beast loved it far too much. You need to stop looking at me like that, I muttered roughly. Confusion crossed her face. Like what? Like you trust me. The honesty slipped out before I could stop it. Nyra's expression softened unexpectedly. Then, her fingers brushed lightly across my jaw. My entire body locked instantly. Fuck, she had no idea how dangerous touching me like that was. No idea what it did to me. The bond snapped tighter violently. Mine. A low growl escaped my chest before I could stop it. Nyra's breath caught softly, but she didn't pull away. My hand tightened instinctively around her waist. Not enough to hurt. Just enough to remind myself she was real. That she was here. That the moon goddess had somehow given her to me. After years of blood and war and death. Nyra looked down shyly then. I didn't know it would feel like that. The innocent honesty in her voice nearly fucking killed me. I stared at her silently. That wasn't even close to everything I want to do to you. Heat exploded across her skin instantly. Gods, I wanted to ruin her slowly. Wanted to spend hours learning every sound she made. Every reaction. Every weak spot. Wanted her shaking beneath me while she said my name like a prayer. The violent possessiveness of those thoughts should have concerned me. Instead, my beast practically purred. Nyra shifted slightly again. This time a small gasp escaped her when she felt exactly how badly I still wanted her. Her eyes widened instantly. Fuck, I watched realization hit her slowly. The blush spreading across her face almost sent me into another frenzy. You're still. Yes. The rough word cut her off immediately. Silence filled the room. Heavy, hot, dangerous. Nyra looked completely overwhelmed now. Gods help me. It was adorable. I brushed my knuckles gently across her cheek. Relax. She laughed nervously. You say that while looking at me like you want to eat me alive. The words dragged a dark smile from me instantly. Little mate. I leaned closer slowly. Her breathing turned uneven immediately. You have no fucking idea. The mate bond surged hard between us again. My controls snapped thinner. Nyra's eyes dropped briefly to my mouth. That tiny movement nearly ended me. I grabbed her waist tighter instantly. A warning to myself more than her. Because if she kissed me again, I wasn't sure I'd stop this time. And the terrifying part. A reckless little smile slowly appeared on her lips. She noticed. The effect she had on me. Dangerous girl. Very dangerous. My heart wouldn't slow down. Not with Draven above me looking like pure temptation wrapped in violence. Not with his large body pressed between my thighs. Not with the way he kept staring at me like I was something sacred. His hand moved slowly beneath my dress again, brushing lightly against my thigh. Heat spread through me instantly. Draven noticed every reaction, every shaky breath, every tiny movement. A dark, satisfied look entered his eyes. You like when I touch you? The roughness in his voice made my stomach tighten. I tried to hide my face against the pillow. Big mistake. Draven caught my chin gently immediately. No hiding from me, little mate. My pulse jumped harder. Gods, the way he said little mate did something terrible to me. His thumb brushed slowly across my lower lip. Tell me what you want. Heat exploded through me instantly. The words got stuck in my throat. Because I had never said things like this before. Never even thought them out loud. Draven waited patiently above me. No pressure. No force. Just those impossible golden eyes watching me carefully. Wanting the truth. And somehow, that made me braver. You, I whispered finally. The single word shattered his control instantly. A rough growl escaped him as his forehead dropped against mine. Fuck, Nyra. Hearing my name in that voice nearly melted me completely. His hand slid higher beneath the fabric slowly. My body reacted immediately, arching toward him without thinking. Draven's eyes darkened dangerously. There she is. The praise made another wave of heat rush through me. I buried my face against his shoulder with a groan. This is embarrassing. His deep laugh vibrated against me warmly. You're adorable. I stared at him in disbelief. Adorable? Yes. His mouth brushed lightly against mine again. Especially when you pretend you don't like dirty things. My face burned so badly I thought I might die. Draven looked entirely too pleased about it. You're evil. A dangerous smile curved his mouth. You have no idea. The bond pulsed hard between us again as his hand moved slowly, deliberately, making my breathing completely lose rhythm. Every touch dragged another reaction from me. Another sound. Another shiver. Draven looked addicted to all of it. The massive male above me was barely holding himself together now. I could feel it in the tension of his body, the roughness in his breathing, the possessive grip of his hands. And God's help me, I loved knowing I affected him this much. Draven kissed me harder suddenly. Hungry. Deep. Like he couldn't get enough of me. My fingers tangled in his dark hair instinctively. A growl rumbled through his chest immediately. The sound shot straight through me. Careful. He warned roughly against my mouth. Or what? The reckless question slipped out before I could stop it. Draven froze. Golden eyes slowly lifted to mine. Dangerous. Very dangerous. Then slowly, a dark smile appeared on his lips. There's my brave little mate. Heat flooded through me instantly. His forehead rested against mine briefly while he fought for control again. You keep teasing me like that. His hand tightened possessively against my thigh. And I'm going to forget how gentle I plan to be tonight. My pulse stumbled violently. The promise in his voice sent heat curling low through my body. Draven noticed instantly. A rough curse left him under his breath before he kissed me again, slower this time. Almost tender. Like he was trying to calm both of us down. It didn't work. If anything, it made wanting him worse. Draven kissed me slowly until I forgot how to breathe. The mate bond burned warmly between us while his large hands held my waist possessively against his chest. Everything about him felt overwhelming. His scent, his touch, the rough sounds he made whenever I kissed him back. Gods, I wanted more. Wanted all of him. Draven pulled away just enough to look at me. Golden eyes darkened immediately at whatever he saw on my face. You're thinking dangerous things again. Heat flooded my cheeks. Maybe. A rough laugh escaped him softly. Honest little mate. Before I could answer, Draven suddenly lifted me effortlessly into his arms. A surprised gasp left me as my legs wrapped instinctively around his waist. The movement dragged a low growl from his chest. You're going to kill my self-control. The roughness in his voice made my stomach tighten. Draven carried me toward the massive bed slowly before laying me carefully against the black sheets. Then instead of climbing over me again, he simply pulled me gently against his chest. Warm, safe, one large arm wrapped around my waist possessively while his fingers brushed slowly through my hair. I blinked up at him in confusion. That's it. A dangerous smile touched his lips. That's it. My heart raced harder. But I thought... Draven studied my face quietly for a second. His thumb brushed softly across my cheek. You've had an emotional fucking day, Nyra. His jaw tightened slightly. And then the bond snapped between us. Warmth spread through my chest unexpectedly. Draven pulled me a little closer against him. I'm not taking your first time while your mind is still spinning. The words made frustration curl low inside me instantly. Because the terrible truth. I wanted him. really wanted him. My fingers gripped lightly against his shirt. What if I want you to? Silence. Dangerous silence. Draven's entire body went still. Golden eyes slowly lowered to mine. Little mate. The rough warning in his voice sent heat rushing through me. I swallowed hard but forced myself to keep going. I want to feel you. Fuck. The words shocked even me. Draven looked completely wrecked for half a second. Like every piece of restraint inside him was barely holding together. His hand tightened slightly against my waist. You have no idea what saying things like that does to me. Heat spread everywhere through my body. But I didn't look away. Didn't hide. Because it was true. I wanted him. The bond. His touch. His body against mine. All of it. Draven stared at me for one long, dangerous moment before suddenly burying his face against my neck with a rough curse. Fuck. The deep sound vibrated through me. You're making this very difficult. A quiet laugh escaped me before I could stop it. Draven lifted his head immediately. His eyes narrowed slightly. You think this is funny? A little. The dangerous smile that appeared on his face made my pulse jump instantly. Careful, pretty girl. The nickname wrapped around me warmly. Not possessive like Mason. Affectionate. Draven brushed his lips softly against my forehead before pulling the blankets higher around us both. Sleep, I groaned softly. You're impossible. A low, amused sound rumbled through his chest. And you're exhausted. He wasn't wrong. Now that the adrenaline and emotions were fading, my body suddenly felt heavy. Draven's fingers continued moving slowly through my hair. Gentle. Steady. Comforting. The warmth of his body surrounded me completely. Safe. So safe. My eyes slowly started closing despite myself. A soft smile touched his mouth. There she is. I barely managed to mumble back sleepily. Still want you. The rough sound that left his chest almost made me smile. Dangerous fucking female. Then his lips brushed softly against my forehead one last time. And wrapped safely in the arms of the Lycan King, I fell asleep. I woke up tangled around Draven. For one terrifying second, panic hit me. Then his scent surrounded me. Smoke, rain, dark forests. Safe. The fear disappeared instantly. Warm morning light spilled through the massive windows while Draven slept beside me, one powerful arm wrapped tightly around my waist. Like even unconscious, he refused to let me go. My heart did something stupid inside my chest. Because no one had ever held me like this before. Protectively. Carefully. I studied him quietly. The Lycan King looked different asleep. Less terrifying. Still massive. Still dangerous. But peaceful. Dark hair fell across his forehead, slightly while slow, steady breaths brushed against my shoulder. My gaze drifted lower. His shirt was gone. Scars covered his chest and stomach everywhere. Some old. Some fresh. Evidence of a brutal life. My fingers moved before I could stop myself, lightly tracing one scar across his ribs. The second I touched him, Draven's eyes opened instantly. Predator. My breath caught. Golden eyes locked onto mine sharply before slowly softening. Only for me. Morning, little mate. Heat spread across my skin. You weren't asleep. A low amused sound left him. I was. His hand slid slowly higher against my waist beneath the blankets. That Lycans wake fast. The possessive touch made my stomach tighten. You keep reacting to me like that. His mouth brushed softly against my shoulder. And I'm never leaving this bed. The rough whisper sent another wave of warmth through me. I laughed softly despite myself. Draven lifted himself slightly over me immediately. Golden eyes darkening. You do that a lot now. What? Laugh. His gaze stayed fixed on my face strangely. Like he enjoyed seeing it too much. You barely did before. Emotion tightened unexpectedly in my chest. Because he was right. I hadn't. Not really. Draven's expression softened slightly at whatever he saw in my face. Then his fingers brushed gently through my hair. You're safe here, because a part of me still expected this to disappear. Still expected someone to take it away. Take him away. The thought alone made my chest ache. Draven noticed the shift in my scent immediately. His eyes narrowed slightly. What are you thinking? I hesitated, then answered honestly. What if Mason comes back? Silence. Draven's entire expression changed instantly. Warmth vanished. Predator returned. He will. Fear curled low inside me. Draven pulled me closer against him immediately. But he won't touch you again. The certainty in his voice should have comforted me. Instead, it made me realize how dangerous this situation truly was. Because Mason would never stop. And Draven would kill him before giving me up. War. A war between monsters. Over me. Draven's thumb brushed slowly along my waist. You're overthinking again. I looked up at him quietly. Aren't you worried? A dark smile appeared slowly on his mouth. No. The confidence in his voice nearly made me laugh. Draven stared at me for one long second. Little mate. His hand slid possessively along my thigh beneath the blankets. I could kill armies for you. Heat rushed through me instantly. Not because of the threat. Because he meant it. Completely. The dangerous sincerity in this male terrified me in ways Mason never had. Because Mason's obsession felt selfish. But Draven's? Draven would burn the world down just to keep me breathing. And God's help me, that might have been worse. A knock suddenly echoed against the chamber doors. Draven growled immediately. The sound vibrated through his chest against me. Go away. I nearly laughed. A nervous male voice answered from outside the room. My king. The council is waiting. Draven looked ready to commit murder. I don't care. Another pause. Then, there's another issue. Draven's eyes narrowed dangerously. What? The male hesitated. The alpha brought the future Luna with him. My stomach dropped instantly. Fiona. Draven felt the fear spike through me immediately. His gaze snapped toward mine. Who is Fiona? The way he asked the question already sounded violent. And suddenly, I had a very bad feeling things were about to become much worse. My stomach twisted the second I heard her name. Fiona. Draven noticed instantly. Golden eyes narrowed while his arm tightened, protectively around my waist beneath the blankets. She scares you. The low, dangerous calm in his voice made me swallow hard. I sighed quietly before sitting up slightly in the massive bed. The cold air brushed across my bare shoulders immediately. Draven's gaze darkened at the sight. Possessive. Always so possessive. Fiona hates me, I admitted softly. The dangerous stillness that entered Draven's expression terrified me slightly. Why? A bitter laugh escaped me. Because Mason was obsessed with me long before the mate bond happened. Draven's jaw tightened instantly. She wanted him. The words felt painfully obvious. Everyone knew Fiona wanted Mason. Beautiful. Perfect bloodline. Future Luna material. Everything I wasn't. Draven's fingers slid slowly up my spine beneath the sheets. Comforting. Protective. And he wanted you instead. Heat rushed into my cheeks immediately. Not like that. Draven stared at me in disbelief. Nyra. The roughness in his voice made my pulse jump. That male looks at you like he wants to kill anyone who breathes near you. I looked away embarrassed. Draven's hand caught my chin gently, forcing my gaze back to him. No hiding. The familiar command made warmth spread through me instantly. Gods, I was getting too used to him. Too comfortable. Too attached. Draven noticed every second of it. A slow knock echoed again outside the chamber doors. My king? Draven looked ready to rip someone apart. What? The poor male outside hesitated nervously. The future Luna insists on seeing the female. Draven's expression turned lethal instantly. No. The answer came so coldly even I felt bad for the guard outside. Silence followed. Then, she says she'll wait all day if necessary. I groaned softly. That sounds like Fiona. Draven's eyes slowly shifted toward me. You know what I think? The dangerous calm in his voice made me nervous immediately. What? I think this female has spent too much time around people who don't deserve her. The words hit unexpectedly hard. Warmth spread painfully through my chest. Draven's fingers brushed softly against my cheek. You don't owe anyone access to you. Emotion tightened in my throat unexpectedly. This male was dangerous in entirely different ways than Mason. Mason consumed. Draven protected. And somehow, the second one felt far more terrifying to my heart. A small smile touched my lips before I could stop it. Draven noticed instantly. His gaze darkened. There it is again. What? That look. My pulse quickened. What look? His thumb brushed slowly across my lower lip. The one that makes me want to cancel every meeting today and keep you in this bed. Heat exploded through me immediately. Draven. A rough, amused sound left him. Another knock interrupted us again. More impatient this time. Fiona. Draven growled under his breath. I'm going to kill someone. I laughed softly despite myself. Big mistake. Draven's entire attention snapped back to me immediately. The way this male looked at me after every smile was becoming a serious problem. You keep distracting me. You were threatening murder. You're making me less focused. The deep roughness in his voice made warmth curl low inside me. Draven suddenly stood from the bed. Large. Half-dressed. Beautiful in an unfairly dangerous way. My eyes betrayed me immediately by sliding down his body. Draven caught the look instantly. A dark smile curved his mouth slowly. You're staring again, little mate. Heat flooded my face. I'm not. Liar. The familiar word wrapped around me warmly now. Draven moved toward me slowly before leaning down beside the bed. One massive hand slid gently into my hair. You stay here. I frowned immediately. I'm not hiding from Fiona. Golden eyes studied me carefully. Then slowly, a dangerous, proud look entered his face. There's my brave girl. The praise hit harder than it should have. Way harder. Draven noticed the effect instantly. His mouth brushed softly against mine once. Twice. Then he whispered roughly against my lips. If she upsets you. Golden eyes flashed dangerously. I'm feeding someone to my wolves. And somehow, I wasn't entirely sure he was joking. Fiona looked exactly the same. Perfect blonde hair. Perfect posture. Perfect future lunar smile. Like poison wrapped in silk. She stood in the center of Draven's lower hall, dressed in pale silver, while several Lycans watched her carefully from the walls. The second her eyes landed on me, the smile disappeared. Hatred replaced it instantly. Well, Fiona said softly. There she is. Draven moved beside me immediately. Large hand settling possessively against my lower back. The protective gesture did not go unnoticed. Fiona's expression tightened for half a second. You wanted to see me? I asked calmly. Fiona's eyes slowly dragged over me. My loose dark dress. My bare legs beneath the slit. The faint marks on my throat from Draven kissing me. Pure fury flashed across her face. She stayed in your chambers. The question was directed at Draven. The Lycan King looked entirely unbothered. Yes, Fiona went still. You're publicly claiming her already. Draven's arm tightened around my waist slightly. She's my mate. Simple. Certain. Possessive. The words hit something sharp inside Fiona instantly. Because she understood now. This wasn't temporary. Draven wasn't playing with me. He was serious. Terrifyingly serious. Fiona slowly folded her arms. You should be careful. Draven's eyes narrowed dangerously. With what? With her. Silence filled the hall. I felt Draven's body tense beside me instantly. Fiona looked directly at him now. That girl destroys everything around her. The words stung more than they should have. Because part of me still believed them. Fiona noticed immediately. And smiled slightly. Cruel. She destroyed Mason too. Draven's expression darkened. Mason destroyed himself. The coldness in his voice made several Lycans glance away nervously. Fiona laughed softly. You didn't see him after she disappeared. Something ugly flickered across her face. He stopped sleeping. Draven remained completely still beside me. He barely touches anyone anymore unless they pretend to be her. My stomach twisted painfully. Fiona's eyes finally shifted toward me again. He calls other women pretty thing now. The nickname sounded disgusting coming from her mouth. He even says your name during sex sometimes. Humiliation crashed through me instantly. Draven felt every second of it. The rage that exploded through the mate bond nearly stole my breath. Several glasses behind us shattered instantly. The entire room went dead silent. Golden eyes glowed dangerously beside me now. Fiona noticed. And for the first time, she looked nervous. Draven stepped slightly in front of me protectively. Careful. The single word sounded monstrous. Fiona swallowed hard before lifting her chin again stubbornly. I'm just telling the truth. No, Draven said quietly. You're trying to upset my mate. The possessiveness in his voice wrapped around me instantly. The bond pulsed warmly despite the tension. Fiona's expression twisted slightly. She hated that. Hated seeing someone choose me so openly. You don't know her. Fiona snapped suddenly toward Draven. You see a weak little female and think she needs saving. Draven smiled then. And every Lycan in the room immediately looked nervous. Because that smile meant danger. You're right, he murmured softly. I don't think she needs saving. Golden eyes slowly shifted toward me. I think she's far more dangerous than anyone realizes. The words hit me strangely. Like he saw something in me nobody else ever had. Fiona noticed too, and hatred flashed across her face again instantly. She ruined you too. Draven looked entirely calm. Then I'll enjoy it. Heat rushed through me immediately. The deep roughness in his voice should not have affected me like that. But it did. Badly. Fiona looked ready to scream. Instead she turned sharply toward me. You really think he'll keep wanting you once this obsession fades? The words sliced deeper than I wanted to admit. Because a small frightened part of me wondered the same thing. Draven noticed immediately. And suddenly, his hand caught my jaw gently, turning my face toward him. Golden eyes locked onto mine. Only mine. You listening carefully, little mate? My pulse stumbled. Draven's thumb brushed softly against my cheek. There is nothing temporary about what I feel for you. The rough certainty in his voice wrapped around my chest painfully. Emotion tightened unexpectedly in my throat. Draven leaned closer slightly. And if any female ever speaks to you like this again, his gaze flicked toward Fiona coldly. I'll remind them exactly why Lycans are feared. The terrifying promise echoed through the hall. Fiona went pale instantly. Fiona left furious. The second the castle doors slammed behind her, the entire lower hall relaxed. Several Lycans immediately started pretending they hadn't been listening to every word. Draven's hand still rested against my waist possessively, but my mind kept replaying Fiona's words. He says your name during sex sometimes. Humiliation twisted painfully inside my chest. Draven noticed instantly. Golden eyes slowly shifted toward me. You're thinking about him. The low roughness in his voice sounded dangerously calm. I'm trying not to. Draven's jaw flexed. The entire room suddenly felt colder. I should have killed him yesterday. Several Lycans nearby immediately went silent again. "Come with me." Before I could answer, his hand slid fully into mine. The simple touch startled me more than it should have. Gentle, not possessive this time. Just wanting contact. Warmth spread through my chest unexpectedly. The castle halls were quieter upstairs. Dark stone walls, silver candlelight, rain tapping softly against the giant windows. Draven didn't let go of my hand once. The realization made my heart feel strange, like something inside me was slowly softening around him. Once we reached his chambers, Draven shut the heavy doors behind us quietly, then immediately turned toward me, golden eyes searching my face carefully. "She upset you?" I looked away embarrassed. "A little." Draven moved closer instantly, large hands settling carefully against my waist. "She doesn't matter." I swallowed hard. "But what she said is pathetic. That male is obsessed with you because he lost you." The blunt honesty stole my breath slightly. Draven's thumb brushed slowly along my waist. And now he's realizing someone else gets to touch what he threw away. Heat rushed through me instantly. Draven noticed every second of it. A dark, satisfied look entered his eyes. "You react so sweetly when I talk like that." My face burned. "You enjoy embarrassing me." A low laugh escaped him. "Very much." The deep sound wrapped around me warmly. Before I could answer, Draven suddenly pulled me closer against him, strong arms wrapping around my body completely. Protective. The sudden softness caught me off guard. My heart stumbled painfully. "You're shaking again." I hadn't even realized. Slowly, my hand slid against his chest. Draven immediately relaxed slightly at the touch. This terrifying male liked being touched by me. The realization felt strangely powerful. "I hate that Mason still affects me," I admitted quietly. Draven went silent for a moment. Then, "He hurt you." Simple. Honest. No judgment. My throat tightened unexpectedly. Draven tilted my chin upward gently. "You survived him." The words hit something deep inside me, because nobody had ever called me strong before. Weak female. Broken wolf. That was all I'd ever heard. But Draven looked at me like I was something powerful. Something worth protecting. Worth wanting. His forehead rested lightly against mine. "And one day," he murmured softly, "you're going to realize how dangerous you really are." A strange warmth spread through my chest. The bond pulsed gently between us. Steady. Comforting. Draven's gaze slowly lowered to my lips. The tension shifted instantly. Softer now. Intimate. My breathing became uneven automatically. Draven noticed. "You do that every time I look at your mouth." Heat rushed through me immediately. "Maybe because you kiss me too well." The words slipped out before I could stop them. Silence. Then, Draven's eyes darkened dangerously. "Well," he murmured roughly. "That sounds like a challenge." My pulse jumped violently. Before I could respond, Draven's hand slid into my hair gently before he kissed me. Slow, deep, the kind of kiss that made everything else disappear. The war, Mason, Fiona, fear, all gone. Only him remained. Only the massive male holding me carefully like I was something precious. A soft sound escaped me when Draven pulled me tighter against his chest. I felt it instantly, the way his breathing roughened, the possessive tension returning beneath his skin. "Fuck, little mate." The rough whisper sent heat spiraling through me. Draven kissed me harder slowly, like he was losing control one piece at a time. And God's help me, I wanted to watch him lose every last bit of it. Draven kissed like he was slowly becoming addicted to me. Maybe he already was. The terrifying part. I felt exactly the same. My fingers tangled deeper into his dark hair, while his hands gripped my waist possessively against his chest. The mate bond pulsed warmly between us. Happy, needy, hungry for more. A rough sound escaped Draven the second I kissed him back harder. Gods, I loved that sound. The realization alone should have embarrassed me. Instead, it made heat spread lower through my body. Draven noticed instantly. Golden eyes darkened, dangerously before he suddenly backed me against the stone wall beside the fireplace. A soft gasp escaped me. His large body pressed close immediately. Warm, strong, overwhelming in the best possible way. You keep making those sounds, he murmured roughly against my mouth. My pulse stumbled. What sounds? Draven kissed the corner of my lips slowly. The ones that make me forget how to behave. Heat exploded through me instantly. The possessiveness in his voice wrapped around my body like heat. One massive hand slid beneath my thigh, lifting my leg around his waist easily. I gasped softly at the movement. Draven's eyes flashed gold. Fuck. The rough curse made my stomach tighten. My hands slid instinctively across his chest. Draven growled quietly against my throat. You touch me like you're trying to start a war. A nervous laugh escaped me. Maybe I am. The dangerous smile that appeared on his face nearly ruined me. There's my brave girl. The praise hit harder than it should have. Way harder. Draven noticed instantly. His forehead rested briefly against mine while his breathing roughened. You like when I praise you? Heat rushed into my cheeks immediately. No, I don't. Liar. The familiar word wrapped warmly around me now. Gods, when did I start liking hearing him call me that? Draven's hand slowly slid higher beneath my dress again. Possessive. Exploring. The touch dragged another shaky breath from me. His eyes darkened immediately. You react so beautifully for me. My knees nearly gave out. The confidence in his voice did dangerous things to my body. Draven kissed me deeply again while his hand tightened slightly against my thigh. Not enough to hurt. Just enough to claim. Mine. The possessiveness rolled hard through the mate bond. And terrifyingly, I liked feeling it. Draven suddenly pulled back just enough to look at me. Golden eyes searching my face carefully. You tired? The question surprised me. A little. Emotionally. Completely. That physically? Not even close. I slowly shook my head. Draven's jaw tightened instantly at the answer. Like that information affected him way too much. His mouth brushed softly against my jaw. You're dangerous when you look at me like that. My breathing turned uneven immediately. Like what? Like you want me. The blunt honesty made heat rush everywhere through me. Because he was right. I did want him. Constantly now. The bond only made it worse. Every touch. Every glance. Every rough possessive word from his mouth made my body react harder. Draven's hand slid slowly along my waist again. You know what the problem is? I swallowed hard. What? You're getting comfortable with me. His lips brushed lightly against mine again. And now you're starting to tease on purpose. Heat flooded my face. Maybe he wasn't wrong. A low amused sound left him softly. Dangerous little mate. Then suddenly, someone knocked loudly against the chamber doors. Draven froze. Pure irritation crossed his face instantly. I burst into laughter before I could stop myself. Draven's entire attention snapped back to me immediately. The look in his eyes turned dark. Hungry. You think this is funny? A little. His hand tightened against my waist possessively. The deep roughness in his voice sent another wave of warmth through me. Another knock echoed. More nervous this time. My king? Draven looked genuinely homicidal now. What? The council is waiting again. Silence. Then, tell them to wait longer. I laughed harder. Draven's eyes narrowed at me dangerously. You're enjoying this far too much. Maybe. A slow, dangerous smile appeared on his lips. Then before I could react, Draven kissed me once hard enough to steal my breath completely. Fine. he muttered roughly against my mouth. But when I come back, golden eyes flashed possessively. You're all mine for the rest of the night. And God's help me, my body reacted instantly. The moment Draven left for the council, the room felt colder. Too quiet. Too empty. Gods, this was becoming a problem. I tried staying in his chambers. Really tried. That after pacing the room for almost 20 minutes while rain clouds slowly cleared outside the castle windows, I gave up. From the balcony, I could hear children laughing somewhere below in the gardens. And for the first time since arriving in the Lycan Kingdom, I wanted to see more of it. So I slipped into one of Draven's black cloaks and quietly left the room. The Lycan castle was beautiful during daylight. I hadn't realized that before. The first few days I spent here, I'd barely looked outside Draven's chambers. Too overwhelmed. Too frightened. Too distracted by him. But now, as I walked slowly through the enormous royal gardens beneath the afternoon sun, I finally saw it. Moonflowers climbed silver stone arches. Dark roses covered the pathways. Massive waterfalls poured down the mountains surrounding the kingdom while distant Lycan villages glittered below. It looked less like a kingdom, and more like something pulled from a fantasy. I stopped beside a field of pale blue flowers, breathing slowly. Peaceful. For the first time in a very long time. Peaceful. You're smiling. I turned at the voice. 3 she-wolves stood nearby holding baskets of flowers. Young, beautiful, dressed in soft black and silver fabrics marking them as royal servants. But unlike pack wolves, they didn't lower their eyes around me fearfully. One of them smiled warmly. It's nice seeing someone make the king less terrifying. A laugh escaped me before I could stop it. Is he really that bad? All 3 females stared at me in disbelief. Yes, the answer came instantly. I laughed harder. One of the girls stepped closer carefully. You're different than we expected. I blinked softly. What did you expect? The youngest one hesitated. Honestly? She lowered her voice dramatically. We thought our king kidnapped some poor terrified princess. I nearly choked laughing. Gods, if only they knew how accurate that almost sounded. He didn't kidnap me. The girls exchanged looks. Maybe not. Another teased lightly. But he definitely looks at you like he'd kill anyone who tried taking you. Heat rushed into my cheeks instantly. Unfortunately, they weren't wrong. Before I could answer, small laughter echoed across the gardens. Several Lycan children ran between the flower paths, chasing each other wildly. One little girl suddenly stopped directly in front of me. Huge silver eyes blinked up at me curiously. Then, you're the king's mate. The blunt statement startled me. The child smiled brightly. You smell like him. The older she-wolves immediately looked embarrassed. But the little girl ignored them completely. Instead, she grabbed my hand excitedly. You're pretty. A soft laugh escaped me. Thank you. Another child ran over suddenly. Then another. Within minutes, I somehow ended up surrounded by tiny Lycans asking questions faster than I could answer them. Did the king really carry you through the castle? Are you stronger than an alpha? Can you fight? Will you be our queen? The last question caught me off guard. Queen. The word felt too large. Too impossible. Before I could answer, the little silver-eyed girl grinned proudly. She has to be. The child pointed dramatically toward the castle. The king smiles at her. Every adult nearby immediately went silent. One she-wolf actually looked horrified. You've seen him smile? The children nodded enthusiastically. I burst out laughing. Gods, Draven really terrified everyone here. You're all exaggerating. No, one of the females muttered instantly. We're really not. A deep familiar voice suddenly echoed behind me. They're definitely not. My heartbeat jumped instantly. I turned. And there he was. Draven stood at the top of the Garden stairs dressed entirely in black while sunlight caught against the dark tattoos along his throat. Massive, beautiful, dangerous. Golden eyes locked onto me immediately. Only me. The children exploded excitedly. King Draven. The little silver-eyed girl pointed proudly at me. We like her. Draven's gaze softened slightly as it moved back toward me. I can see that. Gods, this male looked at me like I was becoming something precious to him. The realization terrified me slightly, because I was starting to feel the same way. Draven slowly walked toward us through the flowers. Every Lycan nearby straightened instinctively. Power reacted to stronger power. Even the air seemed heavier around him. The children didn't care. One little boy grinned up at Draven boldly. Is she really going to be queen? Silence. The entire garden went still. My pulse stumbled violently. Draven stopped directly beside me. Then slowly, his hand slid against my lower back possessively. Warm, claiming. Golden eyes never left mine as he answered quietly. If she wants to be. If she wants to be. The words stayed trapped inside my chest long after the garden fell silent. Queen. Not forced. Not demanded. My choice. The realization felt strangely overwhelming. The little Lycan children immediately started cheering, while the older she-wolves looked both excited and terrified. One tiny boy pointed dramatically at Draven. You like her? I nearly choked. But Draven? The terrifying Lycan King looked completely calm. Golden eyes stayed locked on mine as he answered casually. Obviously, heat exploded across my face instantly. The children screamed excitedly. Oh my gods, he admitted it. One of the servants covered her mouth in horror. Please stop encouraging them. Draven smirked slightly beside me. Too handsome. Way too handsome. The little silver-eyed girl suddenly grabbed my hand again. Come play with us. Before I could answer, several children started pulling me toward the flower maze deeper inside the gardens. I laughed helplessly. Wait. Draven watched the scene with something dangerously soft in his eyes. One of the younger Lycans nervously approached him. My king, should we stop them? Draven's gaze followed me while the children dragged me, laughing through the flowers. No. The roughness in his voice softened unexpectedly. Let them. The next hour passed strangely fast. I helped the children weave flower crowns. Listened to ridiculous stories about Lycan warriors. Watched tiny wolf pups chase butterflies through the gardens. And for the first time in years, I forgot what fear felt like. One small girl climbed directly into my lap while I sat beneath a giant moon willow tree. You smell happier now. The innocent statement startled me softly. Before I could answer, another child pointed suddenly toward the castle balcony above us. The king keeps watching you. I looked up instinctively. And there he was. Draven stood high, above the gardens on the black stone balcony outside the council chambers. Massive arms folded across his chest. Golden eyes already locked onto me. The distance somehow made him look even more dangerous. Like a dark king observing his kingdom. But the moment our eyes met, his expression softened slightly. Only for me. Warmth spread through my chest so suddenly it almost hurt. One of the she-wolves sitting nearby smiled knowingly. I've never seen him look at anyone like that. I quickly looked away embarrassed. You're exaggerating. No, she laughed softly. We're really not. Another female leaned closer quietly. Before you came here, the castle felt cold. My brows furrowed slightly. What do you mean? The she-wolf hesitated carefully. Our king protects us. He's fair, strong. Her expression softened. That he was lonely. I looked back toward the balcony automatically. Draven still watched me, completely focused despite the important Lycan leaders moving around him behind the glass doors. Like none of them mattered. Only me. The little silver-eyed girl suddenly placed a flower crown onto my head proudly. There, the children smiled excitedly. You really look like a queen now. I laughed softly, then froze, because Draven had appeared directly behind us somehow. Silent predator. The children exploded happily. King Draven. His gaze immediately landed on the flower crown resting in my hair, then slowly traveled down my face. Warm, dangerously warm. A dark smile touched his mouth. Beautiful. Heat rushed through me instantly. The children immediately started screaming again. He called her beautiful. Oh my gods. Draven looked completely unbothered by the chaos. Instead he stepped closer slowly before crouching, slightly beside the little girl in my lap. You stealing my mate from me, princess? The child gasped dramatically. No! A low, amused laugh rumbled from Draven's chest. The deep sound wrapped around me warmly. Gods, hearing this terrifying male laugh was becoming dangerously addictive. Draven's eyes slowly lifted back to mine. You disappeared. The roughness in his voice sent another wave of warmth through me. I wanted to explore. His gaze dragged slowly across the gardens around us, then back to me. And? I smiled before I could stop myself. It's beautiful. Something soft flickered across his face instantly, like hearing me say that mattered too much. Then slowly, Draven reached out and brushed one loose strand of hair behind my ear. The touch felt far too intimate for public, especially with everyone watching. You make it look better. The entire garden went silent again. And gods help me, my heart completely betrayed me that time. The flower crown still rested in my hair when the 3 she-wolves approached me again later that evening. You should come with us tomorrow, one of them said excitedly. There's a moon festival near the lower village. Another nodded eagerly. And everyone already wants to meet you. Heat rushed into my cheeks instantly. Gods, the idea of an entire kingdom staring at me sounded horrifying. Before I could answer, a large warm hand suddenly settled possessively against my waist from behind. Every nerve in my body instantly recognized him. Draven. The she-wolves immediately straightened. My king. Golden eyes stayed fixed on me as he spoke calmly. My queen is busy tonight. Queen. The words still made my pulse stumble every single time. One of the females smiled knowingly. We noticed. Heat flooded my face. Draven looked entirely unashamed. Instead his thumb brushed slowly against my waist, beneath the thin fabric of my dress. Dangerous male. Go terrorize someone else, he told them dryly. The girls laughed before finally leaving us alone. The second they disappeared down the garden path, Draven's attention returned fully to me. And gods, the look in his eyes immediately made my stomach tighten. Warm, hungry, possessive. You called me your queen again. A slow smile touched his mouth. My pulse jumped harder. Draven leaned down slightly until his mouth brushed near my ear. I like the way you react when I say it. Heat rushed everywhere through me instantly. Gods, this male was impossible. Before I could answer, Draven suddenly took my hand. Come with me. I blinked softly. Where are we going? The dangerous smile on his face made warmth curl low in my stomach. You ask too many questions. I laughed quietly while he led me deeper through the gardens and beyond the castle walls. Soon flowers turned into towering dark trees. The forest around us glowed silver beneath the rising moon. Beautiful. Wild. Draven kept my hand in his the entire time. Warm. Protective. Mine. The deeper we walked into the forest, the quieter everything became. Only distant water echoed somewhere ahead. I looked at him curiously. Draven. Golden eyes shifted toward me briefly. What? Where are you taking me? A dark, amused sound left him. You'll see. After several more minutes, the trees finally opened, and my breath caught instantly. The waterfall was even more beautiful at night. Silver moonlight poured across the crashing water while mist floated softly over the dark lake below. Moon lily glowed gently along the edges. The entire place looked unreal, like a hidden dream buried deep inside the forest. Draven stopped behind me quietly. "You like it?" I nodded slowly. "It's beautiful." His gaze never left my face. "I know." The roughness in his voice made my pulse jump instantly. Because again, he wasn't talking about the waterfall. Warm hands slid slowly along my waist from behind. My breathing immediately became uneven. Draven kissed the side of my neck softly, then lower. Every touch sent heat spreading through my body. "You smell so sweet when you're nervous." The whisper nearly destroyed my ability to think. I slowly turned toward him. Moonlight silvered his golden eyes while the waterfall thundered behind us. Beautiful monster. The mate bond pulsed hard. Hungry. Needy. Draven's gaze slowly dragged down my body. Not rushed. Savoring. Like he wanted to memorize every inch of me. Heat spread everywhere beneath his stare. Then slowly, his hands moved to the collar of his black shirt. My breath caught instantly as he pulled it over his head. Gods! Moonlight spilled across scarred muscle and dark. Tattoos stretching over his chest and stomach. Violent. Beautiful. Perfect. Water mist clung lightly to his skin while silver light caught along every hard line of his body. I couldn't stop staring. The dangerous satisfaction in his eyes. "See something you like, little queen?" Heat flooded my face. Instead of answering, I stepped closer. Draven's entire body tensed instantly. My fingers brushed slowly across one scar on his chest. Warm skin, hard muscle beneath it. A rough breath escaped him quietly. "You touch me like you're trying to kill me." A nervous laugh left me softly. Then his hands found the ties of my dress. Golden eyes locked onto mine carefully. "You want this?" The gentleness in his voice hit harder than dominance ever could. I nodded slowly. Yes. Something dark and possessive flashed across his face instantly. Then carefully, Draven loosened the dress from my shoulders. The fabric slipped slowly down my body until cool night air brushed against bare skin. His eyes darkened immediately. Completely focused on me now. The intensity of his stare made heat curl low inside me. Beautiful. The word rolled hard through the mate bond. Draven stepped closer slowly, massive hands sliding carefully along my bare waist. Then higher. His thumbs brushed softly beneath my breasts. A rough curse escaped him instantly. Fuck. The raw hunger in his voice made my entire body shiver. Golden eyes stayed fixed there for several dangerous seconds before finally lifting back to my face. "You're fucking perfect." The praise nearly made my knees weak. Draven kissed me deeply before slowly lowering himself onto one knee in front of me. A king. A monster feared by kingdoms. Kneeling for me. Golden eyes looked up through dark lashes while his fingers slowly hooked into the thin fabric still left against my hips. My pulse thundered wildly. Draven. His gaze never left mine as he slowly slid the fabric down my legs. The cool night air against my skin made me shiver instantly. Draven noticed immediately. A dark smile touched his mouth. "Nervous?" "A little." "Good." The roughness in his voice wrapped around my body like heat. Then his hands slowly slid along my thighs. Strong. Warm. Possessive. The touch alone nearly melted me. Draven kissed the inside of my thigh softly. The intimacy of it stole my breath completely. Every nerve ending in my body felt too sensitive now. Too aware of him. Of the dangerous male kneeling between. My legs looking at me like he could spend eternity there. A low sound escaped me when his mouth brushed higher. Draven's eyes flashed gold instantly. Beautiful sounds. The praise sent another wave of heat through me. His hands tightened slightly against my thighs before he kissed me again slowly, patiently, like he enjoyed unraveling me piece by piece. And God's help me, I let him. Completely. The waterfall thundered around us while moonlight turned the lake silver. Cold water brushed against my skin, but Draven's body against mine burned hot enough to make me forget everything else. His forehead rested against mine while both of us tried catching our breath. Golden eyes stayed locked onto me. Intense. Hungry. Almost overwhelmed. Like this meant too much to him already. "You're shaking," he murmured softly. I laughed nervously. "You're naked against me in the middle of a moonlit lake." A rough, amused sound left his chest. Heat spread through me when his hands slid slowly along my thighs. Careful. Exploring. Possessive. The mate bond pulsed hard between us. Draven kissed me again, slower this time. Not rushed. Not wild. Like he wanted to remember every second. My fingers tangled into his dark hair while his mouth moved against mine deeply enough to steal every thought from my head. The world disappeared around us. Only him remained. Only the way his hands held me carefully against his body. Only the rough sounds leaving his chest whenever I reacted to him. Draven finally pulled back slightly. His breathing looked uneven now, painfully restrained. Golden eyes searched my face carefully. "You still sure?" The question hit harder than it should have. Because even now, even wanting me this badly, he still gave me a choice. I nodded softly. Yes. Something emotional flickered across his face instantly. Then Draven lifted me effortlessly into his arms and carried me toward the smooth, black stones near the waterfall. Moonlight shimmered across skin while cold mist drifted around us softly. Draven laid me carefully against the warm stone before settling above me. Large body, golden eyes, dark hair falling across his forehead. Beautiful. Mine. The possessive thought startled me slightly. But before I could think too hard about it, Draven's mouth found my throat again. Slow kisses. Gentle bites. Enough to make my breathing completely lose rhythm. His hands explored my body carefully like he still couldn't believe he was allowed to touch me. The realization made warmth ache inside my chest. Draven's forehead rested briefly against my shoulder. "You're beautiful." My fingers slid across his cheek softly. Draven closed his eyes for half a second at the touch. Like even small affection from me affected him too much. Then his golden gaze lifted toward mine again. Darker now. More possessive. "You can stop me any time." The gentleness of the words shattered something inside me. I didn't realize how badly I needed that. I pulled him down into another kiss instead of answering. Draven groaned softly against my mouth. The sound vibrated through my entire body. Then slowly, carefully, he moved closer. My breath caught instantly. Nerves flickered through me despite how badly I wanted him. Draven noticed immediately. One hand slid gently into my hair, while his forehead pressed against mine again. "I've got you." The deep calm in his voice soothed something panicked inside me instantly. Then finally, he moved slowly enough for me to adjust to him. A soft gasp escaped my lips immediately. Draven froze, golden eyes flashing with concern. "You okay?" I nodded shakily. The closeness felt overwhelming. New, intimate in a way that made my chest ache. Draven kissed me softly while his hands held me carefully against him. Patient, steady, like nothing mattered more than making sure I felt safe. When he finally moved again, a rough sound escaped his throat instantly. Fuck. The emotion in his voice wrapped around me completely. Not arrogance. Not triumph. Something deeper. Something almost reverent. Draven buried his face briefly against my neck while his arms tightened around me protectively. "You feel perfect." Heat spread through me instantly. The mate bond practically glowed now. Warm, complete. Like something missing inside, both of us had finally settled into place. My fingers slid into his hair again, while Draven kissed me harder. Hungrier now. Like his control was finally unraveling. Moonlight shimmered across the waterfall around us, while his rough breathing mixed with mine beneath the night sky. And somehow, wrapped in his arms beneath the moon, this terrifying, powerful male made me feel safer than I ever had in my entire life. The walk back to the castle felt different. Quieter. Not awkward quiet. Comfortable quiet. Draven kept one arm wrapped around my waist the entire way through the forest while moonlight spilled silver across the path ahead of us. Every few seconds, his thumb brushed softly against my skin, like he needed constant reassurance. I was still there. Still his. The mate bond pulsed warmly between us. Complete. Satisfied. And somehow, softer than before. I leaned slightly closer against him while we walked. Draven noticed instantly. Golden eyes lowered toward me with dangerous warmth. Tired? A little. A low amused sound left him. That's my fault. Heat rushed into my cheeks immediately. Draven smirked slightly before pressing a kiss against the top of my head. The simple affection made something ache softly inside my chest. Gods, I was getting attached to this male far too quickly. The terrifying part. I didn't think he minded at all. By the time we reached the castle, most of the servants had already disappeared for the night. Moonlight poured through the enormous hallways while distant fireplaces crackled softly in the silence. Draven led me straight toward his chambers without letting go of my hand once. The second the doors shut behind us, his attention returned fully to me. Golden eyes slowly dragged across my body. Bare skin beneath his dark cloak wrapped around me. Marks along my throat from his mouth earlier. The intensity of his stare made heat curl low inside me instantly. You're staring again. A dangerous smile touched his lips. You're beautiful after I touch you. Before I could answer, Draven stepped closer and gently pulled the cloak from my shoulders. Cool air brushed against my skin immediately. His gaze darkened. Mine. The possessiveness rolled warmly through the mate bond. Then surprisingly, Draven guided me toward the massive black bathtub near the fireplace. Steam already curled above the dark water. I blinked softly. You prepared a bath? I had servants do it before we left. The realization made warmth spread through my chest. Draven stepped behind me slowly before brushing my hair over one shoulder. His lips touched the back of my neck softly. You're exhausted, little queen. The tenderness in his voice nearly hurt. Strong hands carefully helped me into the warm water first before he climbed in behind me. Heat surrounded us instantly. I melted back against his chest with a soft sigh. Draven's arms wrapped loosely around my waist beneath the water. His mouth brushed softly against my temple. Better? I nodded sleepily. Yes. A low, satisfied sound vibrated through him. For a while, neither of us spoke. The room stayed quiet except for crackling fire and softly moving water. Draven slowly washed my hair for me, carefully untangling dark strands with surprisingly gentle fingers. The intimacy of it felt almost more dangerous than earlier, because this softness felt far too easy with him. At one point I caught him staring at me again. Golden eyes dark in the firelight. What? His hand slid slowly along my waist beneath the water. You look peaceful. The quiet honesty in his voice wrapped around my chest tightly. Emotion caught unexpectedly in my throat. Draven noticed instantly. His fingers tilted my chin gently upward. What is it? I shook my head softly. Nothing. Liar. The familiar word came softer this time. Affectionate. My lips curved slightly despite myself. Draven stared at me for one dangerous second before kissing me slowly. Warm water surrounded us, while his hand stayed steady against my waist. grounding. Like he already knew how overwhelmed I felt by all of this. Eventually, he carried me back toward the enormous bed wrapped in black blankets and moonlight. I barely protested when he pulled me directly against his chest beneath the covers. Warm, safe, mine, the mate bond practically purred. Draven's fingers brushed lazily through my damp hair while my head rested above his heartbeat. Strong, steady, comforting. "You still awake?" he murmured sleepily above me. A deep, quiet laugh vibrated through his chest. "Tired, little mate," I smiled softly against his skin. And somewhere between the warmth of his body and the sound of rain beginning outside, I fell asleep. That sometime during the night, the dream started. Silver eyes glowed through darkness. A massive white wolf stood beneath a blood-red moon. Wind whispered through dead trees, while strange symbols burned across the ground beneath my feet. And somewhere far away, a female voice echoed softly through the shadows. The beast awakened the witch. I woke suddenly with a gasp. Moonlight flooded the room silver. Beside me, Draven instantly sat up. Golden eyes locked onto me sharply. "Nyra!" My breathing shook unevenly. Something felt wrong. No, different. A strange warmth pulsed slowly beneath my skin. The room around us flickered softly. Candles trembling. Silver light glowing faintly beneath my fingertips. Fear crawled through my chest instantly. And for the first time since arriving in the Lycan Kingdom, I truly began to wonder what I was becoming. The silver light disappeared the second panic hit me. Darkness returned to the room. Only moonlight remained spilling across the massive bed. But my heartbeat still pounded violently. Draven was awake instantly beside me. Predator instincts. 1 second asleep, the next fully alert. Golden eyes locked onto my face sharply. "Nyra," his voice cut through the panic immediately. I swallowed hard. I saw something. Draven sat up slowly beside me while black blankets slid down tattooed skin. Gods, even half asleep this male looked devastating. But tonight something else pulled my attention. The mate bond. It felt stronger, closer, like I could almost feel his emotions brushing against my skin. Concern, protectiveness, confusion, all tangled together. My breathing slowed slightly. Draven noticed immediately. "You're calmer now." I blinked softly. "How did you know?" A rough, amused sound left him quietly. "Your heartbeat." "Right, of course." This male probably knew my body better than I did already. Heat rushed into my cheeks at the thought. Draven's gaze darkened instantly. "There's that look again." "What look?" "The one where you start thinking dirty things." I stared at him in disbelief. "I literally woke up terrified. And somehow you still got distracted by me." The smug bastard looked entirely too satisfied with himself. A nervous laugh escaped me before I could stop it. Draven froze slightly. Then softer. He really loved hearing me laugh. The realization made something ache warmly inside my chest. Draven reached for me slowly. Large warm hands sliding gently along my thigh beneath the blankets until he pulled me back against his chest. Safe, protected. Mine. The possessiveness rolled softly through the mate bond. Not suffocating. Comforting. I rested my head beneath his jaw while he brushed lazy fingers through my hair. "What did you see?" The question pulled me back to the dream instantly. Cold fear crawled through me again. "A wolf." Draven went still slightly. "Your wolf?" "I don't know." I swallowed hard. It was huge, white. Its eyes were silver. Silence filled the room. "Then, there are old stories about silver wolves." I looked up quickly. "What kind of stories?" Golden eyes studied me carefully. Ancient bloodlines. The roughness in his voice had disappeared now. Only seriousness remained. Creatures tied to moon magic, A strange warmth pulsed faintly beneath my skin again. Draven noticed immediately. His hand tightened slightly against my waist. You felt that? Fear flickered through me. You did too? Yes. The single word made the room suddenly feel colder. Draven's gaze slowly lowered toward my hand resting against his chest. I followed his eyes and froze. Faint silver light flickered beneath my skin again. Barely visible. But there. Real. My pulse stumbled violently. Draven. He grabbed my hand gently before panic could fully take over. Golden eyes locked onto mine steadily. Breathe. A command grounded me instantly. I inhaled shakily. The strange light slowly faded again. Silence followed. Heavy. Confused. Then suddenly, Draven lifted my glowing fingertips toward his mouth and kissed them softly. The tenderness of the gesture completely caught me off guard. You're not dangerous to me. Emotion hit me so hard it almost hurt. Because he said it so simply. Like there was never another option. I stared at him quietly. What if I become something terrible? A dark smile touched his mouth slowly. Then the world should start praying. The deep calm in his voice sent chills down my spine. Because somehow, I believed he'd stand beside me no matter what I became. The realization terrified me more than the glowing silver light ever could. Draven brushed one strand of hair behind my ear carefully. You're exhausted. I shook my head stubbornly. I won't sleep again. Yes, you will. I'll have more nightmares. His expression softened slightly. Then slowly, Draven pulled me fully into his lap beneath the blankets. Warm, massive arms wrapping around me completely. You know what Lycans do when pups have nightmares? I blinked softly. What? His mouth brushed lightly against my temple. We stay. The simple words nearly shattered me. Because nobody had ever stayed before. Not really. My fingers tightened slowly against his chest. Draven noticed immediately. Always. You're safe here, little mate. The mate bond pulsed warmly. Steady. Certain. And slowly, listening to his heartbeat beneath my cheek, I began believing him. The next few days changed something between us. No. Inside us. The mate bond felt stronger now. Closer. Like Draven's presence wrapped around me, even when he wasn't touching me. Sometimes I caught emotions through it suddenly. His irritation during meetings. His amusement when I argued with him. The possessive heat that flared every time another male looked at me too long. Gods, Lycans were insane. I stood near the giant balcony windows, watching snowfall begin over the mountains, and strong arms suddenly wrapped around my waist from behind. Warm, familiar. Mine. A smile pulled at my lips before I could stop it. You're getting predictable. Draven buried his face briefly against my neck. And yet you still like it. Heat spread softly through me. Unfortunately, he wasn't wrong. The massive male behind me looked exhausted tonight. Dark circles shadowed beneath golden eyes slightly. His muscles tense beneath black clothing. I frowned. You haven't slept properly. Draven's arms tightened slightly around me. Busy. Liar. A low, amused sound vibrated through his chest. You spend too much time around me. I turned slowly in his arms until I faced him fully. The tension in his expression immediately softened. Only for me. Always only for me. My fingers brushed lightly across his jaw. You're stressed. Golden eyes darkened slightly at the touch. There are problems at the borders. The warmth in the room faded slightly. War again. Always war. Mason? Draven's jaw flexed instantly. Yes. Cold unease curled inside my stomach. What's he doing? The silence before his answer made my chest tighten. Looking for ways into Lycan territory. Fear flickered through me immediately. Draven noticed. Large hands cupped my face gently. He won't touch you. The certainty in his voice should have comforted me. Instead, it made me nervous. Because lately, Draven looked closer and closer to losing control whenever Mason was mentioned. Like violence sat just beneath his skin, constantly waiting for an excuse. And somehow, I didn't think Mason understood how dangerous that truly was. A strange pulse suddenly moved through my body. Sharp, warm. I sucked in a breath softly. Draven froze instantly. What? The strange warmth spread beneath my skin again. Silver flickered faintly beneath my fingertips. My pulse stumbled. Draven. Golden eyes locked onto the glow immediately. Not fear. Recognition. The fireplace behind us suddenly roared violently. Flames exploding higher. The windows rattled softly. Panic hit me instantly. I didn't mean to. Nyra. The deep command cut through my panic immediately. Draven grabbed my glowing hands carefully. The second he touched me, the strange power calmed. Not fully, but enough. Both of us went still. The mate bond pulsed strangely between us now. Different. Almost electric. Draven stared down at my hands silently. Then slowly, "You're stronger after the bond." My throat tightened. What if this gets worse? Golden eyes lifted toward mine. Then unexpectedly, Draven smiled slightly. Dark. Dangerous. Little mate. His thumbs brushed slowly across my wrists. If your powers scare kingdoms. The roughness in his voice sent chills down my spine. Good. The possessive pride in his expression startled me. Because somehow, he looked pleased. Not frightened. Pleased. A nervous laugh escaped me. You're completely insane. A low amused sound left him. Yes, at least he admitted it. Then suddenly, someone screamed somewhere below the castle. Draven's entire body went still instantly. Predator. The warmth vanished from his face immediately. Only the monster remained. My stomach dropped. Another scream echoed through the halls, followed by running footsteps. Draven moved before I could even speak. 1 second beside me, the next standing at the chamber doors with murder already glowing in his eyes. The doors burst open. One of his warriors stumbled inside, breathing hard. My king! Fear flashed across the male's face. I breached the outer gates. Silence. Deadly silence. Then slowly, Draven looked back at me. And the terrifying thing, he didn't look shocked. He looked furious. Like he'd been waiting for this. Mason, I whispered. Golden eyes flashed violently. Yes, and suddenly, I realized war had finally arrived at our doorstep. The castle felt wrong without him. Too quiet. Too cold. Too empty. I stood on the highest balcony of the Lycan fortress watching thousands of warriors disappear into the snowy mountains below. Black armor. Silver weapons. Massive Lycans shifting beneath the storm-dark sky. An army built for war. And at the front, Draven. Even from this distance I could feel him through the bond. Focused. Violent. Protective. Before leaving, he'd kissed me like he was afraid something would take me from him. The memories still burned against my lips. Stay inside the castle. The rough command echoed in my head again. I mean it, Nyra. I crossed my arms tighter against the cold wind. But beneath the irritation, fear crawled slowly through my chest. Because something inside me whispered this war would change everything. A soft voice interrupted my thoughts. You're worried about him. I turned. The elderly woman standing behind me wore long silver robes marked with ancient moon symbols. Which, I recognized it immediately now. Since the dream started, I noticed things differently. Energy. Power. The old woman studied me carefully. Then slowly smiled. So it's true. Unease slid through me instantly. What is? Her gaze dropped briefly toward my hands. Your magic awakened. Cold silence filled the balcony. My pulse quickened. I don't know what you're talking about. You do. The calm certainty in her voice unsettled me. The old witch stepped closer slowly. The Lycan King unlocked your seal. The words hit me like ice water. Seal. My throat tightened. What am I? For the first time since meeting her, the old woman looked nervous. Not afraid of me. Afraid for me. You were something this world buried long ago. A cold pulse moved through my body instantly. Silver flickered faintly beneath my fingertips again. The witch noticed. So young, she murmured softly. And already this powerful. Fear tightened painfully inside my chest. I can't control it. You were never meant to. The answer terrified me. The wind suddenly howled violently around the balcony. Candles inside the chamber behind us flickered wildly. The old witch stared directly into my eyes. Your dreams will worsen now. My stomach dropped instantly. How do you know about the dreams? Because moonborns always dream before the awakening. Moonburn. The word echoed heavily inside my chest. What is that? The witch hesitated carefully. Then quietly, a creature born from wolf blood and moon magic. Silver light flashed briefly beneath my skin. Stronger this time. The witch stepped back immediately. Not fear. Respect. You must learn control before the full moon. Confusion tightened through me. Why? The old woman's face darkened slightly. Because when your wolf wakes, cold wind swept violently across the balcony again. Every kingdom will feel it. Silence followed. Heavy. Impossible. My pulse pounded harder. Then suddenly, pain ripped violently through the mate bond. I gasped. Sharp agony exploded through my chest. Blood. Violence. Draven. The connection hit me so hard my knees nearly buckled. The witch caught my arm instantly. What happened? I could barely breathe. Fear slammed through me violently. Not mine. His. And beneath it, pain. So much pain. Draven. The name escaped me like a prayer. The bond pulsed again. Weaker this time. My heartbeat turned frantic. He was hurt. Badly hurt. A strange instinct suddenly surged through my body. Wild. Primal. Go to him. Silver light exploded across my hands. The witch's eyes widened instantly. No. Wind roared around us violently now. The entire balcony trembled. You're already bonding to his wounds. I barely heard her. Because deep inside me, something had awakened. And it wanted one thing. My mate. The bond dragged me through the forest like a living thing. Cold wind whipped through my hair, while silver light flickered beneath my skin with every frantic heartbeat. My mate was hurt. That was the only thought left inside my head. The Lycan warriors escorting me through the mountains kept glancing at me nervously. Not because I was afraid, because the closer we got to the battlefield, the stronger the strange energy around me became. Snow melted beneath my boots. Silver sparks crackled through the air around my fingers. And somewhere deep inside me, something kept whispering. Mine. The battlefield appeared beyond the cliffs suddenly. And gods, blood covered everything. Dead rogues. Broken weapons. Black Lycan armor stained crimson beneath the snow. The smell of death hit instantly. But none of it mattered. Because I felt him. Pain. Rage. Weakness. Draven. My eyes found him immediately across the battlefield. Massive body kneeling against the snow while blood poured heavily down his side. Several Lycans surrounded him protectively. But even injured, he still looked terrifying. Golden eyes glowed violently as another enemy body hit the ground near him. Monster. Beautiful monster. Mine. The bond snapped painfully through my chest the second he saw me. Draven went completely still. Pure fury crossed his face instantly. What the fuck is she doing here? Even injured, His first reaction was anger because I came near danger. One of the warriors beside me swallowed hard. She wouldn't stay behind my king. Draven looked ready to murder everyone, including me. I ignored him completely and moved toward him through the snow. The closer I got, the worse his injuries smelled. Blood, silver poison, burned flesh. My stomach twisted painfully. Draven tried standing immediately. Bad idea. He staggered hard. Fear slammed through me. Draven. The roughness in my voice changed something in his expression instantly. The fury cracked slightly, only enough for pain to show through. He grabbed my wrist the second I reached him. Golden eyes blazing. You shouldn't be here. You're hurt. I'll survive. Lyra? I could feel weakness bleeding through the bond now. His body was failing. The silver poison was spreading too fast. Panic rose sharply inside me. Then suddenly, the strange warmth beneath my skin surged violently. Silver light exploded across my hands. Everyone froze. The battlefield went silent. Draven stared down at my glowing fingers wrapped against his blood-covered side. Shock flickered across his face for the first time since I met him. Nyra! I didn't know what I was doing. Instinct took over completely. My hands pressed harder against the wound. The silver light spread instantly across his skin. Warm, bright, alive. Draven sucked in a sharp breath. The mate bond pulsed violently between us. Power moved through me like wildfire. Wild. Mine. The wound beneath my hands slowly started closing. Gasps echoed around us instantly. One Lycan actually stepped backward. No fucking way. Draven's eyes stayed locked on mine the entire time. Not fear. Not confusion. Wonder. Like he was watching something impossible happen in front of him. The silver poison faded from his skin slowly. The torn flesh healed beneath my fingertips. And with every second, the strange energy inside me grew stronger. The moment the wound fully closed, silence crashed over the battlefield. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. Draven slowly grabbed my glowing wrist. Golden eyes darkened intensely. What are you? The question should have frightened me. Instead, something inside me answered before I could think. Yours. The mate bond slammed violently between us. Draven's entire expression changed instantly. Possessive. Emotional. Dangerously overwhelmed. Then suddenly, he pulled me against him hard enough to steal my breath. One massive arm wrapping around my waist while his forehead pressed roughly against mine. Relief. Gods. I felt so much relief pouring through the bond it nearly hurt. You came for me. The rawness in his voice shattered me. Like he truly hadn't expected anyone to choose him first. My fingers tightened slowly against his armor. Always, the terrifying Lycan King closed his eyes briefly while his arms tightened around me protectively. Around us, an entire battlefield stared in stunned silence. Because everyone had just witnessed something impossible. And deep in the shadows beyond the war, someone was watching us. Mason, the female beneath me, moaned louder. Fake. Every sound felt fake. I sat back against the dark, leather chair while the she-wolf, between my legs, continued trying to please me. Blonde hair. Soft hands. Wrong. Completely fucking wrong. I grabbed a fistful of her hair suddenly. The female gasped softly. Tell me your name. Her lips parted nervously. Elena. Wrong answer. Fear flashed across her face instantly. I leaned forward slowly until she trembled beneath me. What's your name? The she-wolf swallowed hard. Nyra. There it was. The second the name left her mouth, something inside my chest eased slightly. Pathetic. Absolutely fucking pathetic. I closed my eyes briefly while imagining dark hair instead of blonde. Silver blue eyes staring up at me. Nyra beneath me instead. Nyra trembling because of me. Mine. The obsession twisted violently inside my chest again. Gods, I couldn't fucking escape her. Every female smelled wrong now. Touched wrong. Breathed wrong. I wanted her. Only her. The she-wolf whimpered softly when my grip tightened in her hair again. I barely noticed, because my mind was already somewhere else. Imagining dragging Nyra back into my chambers, locking the doors, making her sit pretty in my lap while I reminded her exactly who she belonged to. The dark thought sent heat through me instantly. Mine. Even rejected. Mine. A knock suddenly interrupted the room. Violent irritation ripped through me instantly. What? The chamber doors opened carefully. One of my warriors entered breathing hard, then froze awkwardly after noticing the female between my legs. I didn't care. Speak. The warrior swallowed nervously. There was an attack near the Lycan border. I barely listened. Until the female was there. Everything inside me went still instantly. Nyra, the she-wolf beneath me, slowly stopped moving after feeling the shift in my mood. Smart female. My eyes lifted slowly toward the warrior. What did you see? Fear crossed the male's face immediately. She healed him. Silence. Cold. Deadly. I stared at him. What? The warrior swallowed harder. The Lycan King was wounded by silver poison. My pulse slowed dangerously. And? The male looked genuinely unsettled now. She touched him. And the wounds closed. The room went silent. Even the female beneath me froze completely. But I barely noticed, because my mind replayed only one thing. Nyra touching another male. Protecting another male. Healing him. The possessiveness inside me snapped violently. I grabbed the armrest hard enough to crack the wood instantly. Mine. The rejected bond might have broken. But obsession only got worse. What else? The warrior hesitated. Then quietly, the Lycans are calling her blessed by the moon. A dark laugh escaped me slowly. Of course they were. Of fucking course. Because Nyra always was different. Too soft. Too beautiful. Too easy to become addicted to. The female between my legs shifted nervously, trying to continue touching me again. Wrong move. I shoved her away instantly. Hard enough that she hit the floor with a cry. Get out. She scrambled away terrified. Good. The second the doors shut, another scent filled the room. Fiona. She stood silently near the doorway, watching everything. Watching me. Cold jealousy burned openly across her face now. You're still obsessed with her. I ignored the comment completely, because suddenly, I understood something. Nyra didn't belong beside the Lycan King. She belonged with me. Under me. In my bed. Wearing my mark. Carrying my scent. The dark thoughts became worse the longer I imagined her with Draven. His hands on her. His mouth on her. Rage nearly blinded me instantly. No, I'd tear kingdoms apart before I let another male keep what was mine. A slow, dangerous smile spread across my face. Fiona noticed immediately. And for the first time, she looked genuinely afraid. What are you planning? I leaned back slowly in the ruined chair, already imagining it. Nyra dragged back into my territory, locked away somewhere beautiful. Safe, hidden, where no one else could touch her, where she'd slowly remember who she truly belonged to. The obsession wrapped tighter around my chest. Warm, violent, perfect. Then finally, I looked at Fiona and smiled. I'm taking her back. The entire castle treated me differently after the battlefield. Not badly. Carefully. Like everyone suddenly realized I might become something dangerous. Servants lowered their eyes faster now. Warriors watched me with open curiosity. And every time silver light accidentally flickered beneath my skin, someone looked terrified. Everyone except Draven. The Lycan King looked proud, which honestly felt slightly concerning. I sat sideways across his lap while he argued with generals around the massive war table. Yes, across his lap. Because apparently after the battlefield, Draven had decided personal space no longer existed between us. Not that I was complaining. Much. His large hand rested possessively against my thigh, beneath layers of black silk, while several warriors tried very hard not to stare directly at us, or at the fact their terrifying king kept absent-mindedly touching his mate during military meetings. One general finally cleared his throat awkwardly. My king, the northern border. Draven barely looked at the map. Double the guards. His attention stayed fully on me while he spoke. Completely distracted. Gods, the most powerful Lycan in the kingdom was absolutely gone for me. The realization still shocked me sometimes. I shifted slightly against him, trying to see one of the battle maps better. Big mistake. Draven's hand tightened instinctively against my thigh. Golden eyes darkened immediately. Careful. Heat rushed through me. The generals instantly started pretending the walls were fascinating. A small smile pulled at my lips. Maybe I liked teasing him now. A little too much. Draven noticed instantly. Dangerous male. You're doing that on purpose, in front of your generals? I whispered innocently. A rough growl vibrated softly through his chest. Yes. Heat spread lower through me immediately. Gods, the mate bond only made everything worse now. Every reaction, every possessive emotion, every dark thought from him brushed against my skin like heat. And lately, Draven had many dark thoughts about me. The meeting finally ended after another hour. Mostly because nobody could focus while their king looked 1 second away from dragging me back to bed. The second the doors shut behind the last general, Draven buried his face against my throat with a deep, exhausted breath. You're a menace. I laughed softly. You kept touching me first. Golden eyes lifted toward mine. You're sitting in my lap. A warm silence settled between us for a moment. Then suddenly, pain flashed through my head violently. I gasped softly. The room blurred. Draven instantly tensed beneath me. Nyra! The strange vision hit without warning. A forest. Snow. Blood. Chains. And somewhere far away, Mason smiling. Cold fear crawled through my chest instantly. The vision vanished just as fast. My breathing shook unevenly. Draven grabbed my face immediately. What happened? I swallowed hard. I saw something. Golden eyes narrowed dangerously. What? I hesitated. Because somehow, it didn't feel like a dream. It felt real. Like a warning. A forest. I whispered softly. And Mason. Silence. Draven's entire expression darkened instantly. The possessive rage rolling through the mate bond nearly stole my breath. What about him? Fear tightened slowly in my stomach. He was looking for me. The room suddenly felt colder. Draven's arms wrapped around me instantly. Protective. Violent. Mine. No one is taking you from me. The deadly certainty in his voice should have comforted me. Instead, the strange fear inside my chest only grew stronger. Because deep down, something told me Mason was already planning exactly how to do it. After the vision, Draven refused to let me out of his sight. Not even slightly. If he attended meetings, I sat beside him. If he trained with warriors, I watched from the arena balcony while his eyes constantly searched for me between fights. If he slept, one arm stayed wrapped around my waist the entire night like he was afraid I'd disappear. But lately, I didn't mind. Not when every time I looked at him, the mate bond pulsed warmly through my chest. Mine, the dangerous part? I was beginning to feel just as possessive back. I sat on the massive balcony outside, Draven's chambers reading one of the ancient books. The old witch brought me earlier. Moonborn Bloodlines. The title alone sounded terrifying. A cold breeze lifted my hair softly, while snow covered the mountains below. Draven stood shirtless near the training grounds, far beneath the balcony, fighting 3 Lycans at once, and winning easily. Gods, watching him fight should honestly be illegal. Power rolled off him violently, huge body moving with brutal precision, while warriors, twice my size, crashed into the snow around him. Monster. Beautiful monster. Mine. Heat curled low inside me instantly. A strange pulse moved through the mate bond. Amusement. I blinked softly, then slowly looked down toward the arena. Draven had stopped fighting completely. Golden eyes locked directly onto mine from across the distance. Dangerous smile. Oh no. The mate bond. He felt that. Heat exploded across my face. Several warriors glanced between us awkwardly. Draven looked entirely too pleased with himself. Then deliberately, he licked blood from his knuckles while staring at me. My entire brain stopped working. The male beside him actually muttered, "Gods help us." I quickly looked back down at the book. A deep laugh echoed faintly upward from the arena. Asshole. I tried focusing again. Moonborns possess emotional magic connected to lunar energy and primal bonds. My brows furrowed. Primal bonds? A strange chill slid down my spine. The next line made my heart beat slow. The awakening often begins after mating with a Lycan of royal blood. Cold silence filled my head instantly. Draven. The book trembled slightly in my hands. Another line caught my attention. Moonborns were historically feared because their magic could strengthen or destroy entire bloodlines. Oh, that sounded bad. Very bad. A shadow suddenly moved beside me. I looked up instantly. The old witch settled quietly into the chair across from me, silver robes flowing softly around her. You found the interesting part. I swallowed hard. This says mating with a royal Lycan awakens moonborn magic. The old woman nodded calmly. Yes. My pulse quickened. So Draven. He was the key. The words echoed heavily through my chest. The mate bond pulsed warmly at the exact same moment. Like it agreed. The witch watched me carefully. You feel different now, don't you? I hesitated, then nodded slowly. I feel everything stronger. My fingers tightened around the book. Sometimes I feel Draven's emotions before he even speaks. A small knowing smile touched her lips. The bond between moonborns and Lycans is deeper than ordinary mate bonds. Fear flickered low inside me. How deep? The old witch looked toward the distant mountains quietly. Then softly, you can eventually feel pain, rage, desire. Heat rushed instantly into my face. The witch absolutely noticed. A dangerous little smile appeared. And other things. Gods, I was never speaking again. Before I could recover from the embarrassment, pain suddenly slammed violently through the mate bond. Sharp, possessive, angry. My head snapped toward the training arena below. Draven stood completely still now. Golden eyes dark, deadly. Every warrior around him backed away slowly. Fear crawled through me instantly. What happened? The old witch followed my gaze. Then quietly, "Your king smells an enemy." Cold unease tightened in my chest. At that exact moment, Draven looked directly toward the forest beyond the castle walls and growled. Draven moved before anyone else even reacted. 1 second he stood in the arena. The next, he was already shifting. Bones cracked violently through the snowy courtyard while black fur exploded across massive muscle. Gasps echoed from nearby warriors. Even after seeing Lycans before, watching Draven transform still stole my breath. Huge, terrifying, beautiful. His Lycan form towered over everyone. In the arena with glowing, golden eyes fixed toward the distant forest. Predator. Pure predator. The old witch beside me went still. He's never reacted this aggressively before. Fear curled low inside my stomach instantly. What does he smell? Before she could answer, Draven's massive head suddenly snapped upward toward me. Golden eyes locked onto mine immediately. The bond slammed through my chest violently. Protectiveness. Possession. Danger. Then one terrifying thought hit me, through the connection, clearly enough to steal my breath. Mine. Cold fear crawled down my spine. Mason. The word barely left my lips before Draven exploded toward the forest. Massive black Lycan disappearing into the snow-covered trees at terrifying speed. Several warriors immediately shifted and chased after him. Chaos erupted below. Orders. Weapons. Running footsteps. The old witch grabbed my wrist before I could move. No. I looked at her sharply. He's hunting. The deep seriousness in her voice froze me instantly. Nothing should stand between a royal Lycan and the threat to his mate. The bond pulsed wildly now. Draven's rage slammed through my chest hard enough to hurt. Gods, I'd never felt emotions like this before. Violent. Ancient. The old witch looked suddenly concerned. You're feeling him too strongly already. I barely heard her, because images suddenly flashed through my head again. Snow, blood, dark eyes watching from the trees. Mason. A sharp breath escaped me. He's here. The witch's expression darkened instantly. Before either of us could move, a roar shattered through the mountains. Not human. Not wolf. Lycan. Every servant below froze instantly. Fear spread through the castle like wildfire. Draven. My heartbeat stumbled violently. Then suddenly, pain ripped through the mate bond. Sharp, explosive. I gasped and nearly dropped to my knees. The witch caught me instantly. What happened? I could barely breathe. Not fear. Pain. Draven's pain. The bond burned violently through my chest now. And beneath it, pure murderous rage. My eyes snapped toward the forest again. Silver light flickered beneath my skin uncontrollably. He found him. The old witch went pale. Then quietly, Moon Goddess, help whoever threatened your mate. Another roar echoed through the mountains. Closer this time. More violent. The windows of the castle trembled softly. And deep inside me, something ancient answered the sound. Not with fear. With instinct. Protect him. The silver light exploded brighter beneath my skin instantly. The witch stared at me in shock. Then whispered softly, "Your wolf is waking." Silence crashed through me. Cold. Impossible. Because I never had a wolf. Right? But somewhere deep beneath my skin, something growled. Draven moved before anyone else even reacted. 1 second he stood in the arena. The next, he was already shifting. Bones cracked violently through the snowy courtyard while black fur exploded across massive muscle. Gasps echoed from nearby warriors. Even after seeing Lycans before, watching Draven transform still stole my breath. Huge, terrifying, beautiful. His Lycan form towered over everyone. In the arena with glowing, golden eyes fixed toward the distant forest. Predator. Pure predator. The old witch beside me went still. He's never reacted this aggressively before. Fear curled low inside my stomach instantly. What does he smell? Before she could answer, Draven's massive head suddenly snapped upward toward me. Golden eyes locked onto mine immediately. The bond slammed through my chest violently. Protectiveness. Possession. Danger. Then one terrifying thought hit me, through the connection, clearly enough to steal my breath. Mine. Cold fear crawled down my spine. Mason. The word barely left my lips before Draven exploded toward the forest. massive black lichen disappearing into the snow-covered trees at terrifying speed. Several warriors immediately shifted and chased after him. Chaos erupted below. Orders, weapons, running footsteps. The old witch grabbed my wrist before I could move. No, I looked at her sharply. He's hunting. The deep seriousness in her voice froze me instantly. Nothing should stand between a royal Lycan and the threat to his mate. The bond pulsed wildly now. Draven's rage slammed through my chest hard enough to hurt. Gods, I'd never felt emotions like this before. Violent. Ancient. The old witch looked suddenly concerned. You're feeling him too strongly already. I barely heard her, because images suddenly flashed through my head again. Snow, blood, dark eyes watching from the trees. Mason. A sharp breath escaped me. He's here. The witch's expression darkened instantly. Before either of us could move, a roar shattered through the mountains. Not human. Not wolf. Lycan. Every servant below froze instantly. Fear spread through the castle like wildfire. Draven. My heartbeat stumbled violently. Then suddenly, pain ripped through the mate bond. Sharp, explosive. I gasped and nearly dropped to my knees. The witch caught me instantly. What happened? I could barely breathe. Not fear. Pain. Draven's pain. The bond burned violently through my chest now. And beneath it, pure murderous rage. My eyes snapped toward the forest again. Silver light flickered beneath my skin uncontrollably. He found him. The old witch went pale. Then quietly, Moon Goddess, help whoever threatened your mate. Another roar echoed through the mountains. Closer this time. More violent. The windows of the castle trembled softly. And deep inside me, something ancient answered the sound. Not with fear. With instinct. Protect him. The silver light exploded brighter beneath my skin instantly. The witch stared at me in shock. Then whispered softly, "Your wolf is waking." Silence crashed through me. Cold. Impossible. Because I never had a wolf. Right? But somewhere deep beneath my skin, something growled. The growl inside me terrified me. Not because it sounded violent. Because it sounded familiar. Mine. I staggered backward slightly on the balcony, while silver light pulsed beneath, my skin brighter with every second. The old witch stared at me like she was witnessing something impossible. Nyra! Another roar ripped through the mountains. Draven. Pain slammed through the mate bond again. Rage. Blood. Violence. And suddenly, I saw it. Not a dream. A vision. Snow exploded beneath massive black claws, while Draven tore through rogue wolves like a monster unleashed from hell. Bodies covered the forest floor around him. Blood-stained white snow crimson. And standing beyond the trees, Mason watched. Smiling. Cold fear crawled through my stomach. He wanted this. The witch's eyes narrowed sharply. What? He came here to provoke Draven. The realization hit me violently. This wasn't an attack. It was bait. Mason wanted Draven angry. Distracted. Unstable. Another pulse tore through the mate bond. Sharp pain exploded across my ribs. I gasped. The witch grabbed my arm immediately. He's wounded again. No. Panic surged instantly through my chest. Before she could stop me, silver light burst violently around my body. Wind exploded across the balcony hard enough to shatter nearby glass. The old witch stared in, shock as symbols of pale silver briefly flickered beneath my skin. Ancient. Beautiful. Terrifying. Moonborn magic. I barely heard her, because the bond suddenly pulled hard toward the forest. Toward him. Protect him. The instinct hit so powerfully my body reacted before my mind could. I ran. Castle guards shouted behind me immediately. My lady! Stop her! Too late. The snow-covered forest blurred around me while silver light flickered beneath every step. And somehow, I knew exactly where Draven was. The mate bond guided me deeper through the mountains. Closer, closer. Blood scented the air before I even reached them. The battlefield appeared between the trees suddenly. And gods, it looked like a massacre. Bodies everywhere. Broken wolves scattered across crimson snow. Several Lycans stood frozen nearby. Not fighting. Watching Draven. The massive black Lycan stood in the center of the destruction covered in blood. Breathing hard. Golden eyes glowing violently. Monster. Beautiful, terrifying monster. Mine. Then I saw the blood pouring down his shoulder. Silver blade wound. Deep. My breath caught. Draven. The giant Lycan's head snapped toward me instantly. The second he saw me, rage vanished. Only relief remained. The emotional force of it nearly dropped me to my knees. Several Lycans immediately backed away nervously, because the terrifying beast that had just slaughtered dozens of rogues suddenly looked calm only because his mate arrived. Draven moved toward me instantly, huge paws crushing snow beneath him, before bones cracked violently through the forest. His human form returned seconds later. Blood covered his bare chest and arms. Fresh cuts marked his skin. Golden eyes stayed locked on me desperately. What the fuck are you doing here? The rough anger in his voice trembled slightly. Fear. Gods. He was terrified for me. I ignored the question completely and grabbed his injured shoulder. Draven hissed sharply. Silver poison spread dark beneath his skin already. The sight made panic rise violently inside me. Then suddenly, warmth exploded beneath my hands again. Silver light poured across his wound. Draven froze instantly. The forest around us went silent. Every Lycan stared openly now. The silver poison vanished slowly beneath my touch. The torn flesh healed. And with every second, the strange thing beneath my skin grew stronger. Alive, awake, Draven's eyes never left mine. Not fear, wonder, possession, like he was watching destiny unfold in front of him. The moment the wound fully closed, the silver light burst outward violently from my body. Wind exploded through the trees. Snow lifted around us. And deep inside my chest, something howled. Not human. Not witch. Wolf. The sound echoed through my entire body. Draven's expression changed instantly. Shock. Real shock. Then slowly, his golden eyes darkened with something dangerously emotional. You have a wolf. The words shattered through me. Impossible. But deep inside, the creature answered again. Awake now. And somehow, she sounded ancient. You have a wolf. Draven's voice sounded almost stunned. The battlefield around us stayed, completely silent while snow spiraled through, silver light still glowing faintly beneath my skin. My heartbeat pounded violently. Impossible. I never had a wolf. All my life everyone told me the same thing. Broken. Weak. Defective. But deep inside my chest, something moved. Alive. Ancient. Female. Mine. Fear crawled through me instantly. Draven noticed immediately. Large blood-covered hands grabbed my face gently despite the chaos around us. Hey, golden eyes locked onto mine steadily, grounding me. You're okay. The calm certainty in his voice nearly broke me, because he looked more amazed than afraid. Several Lycans nearby slowly dropped to one knee. I blinked in confusion. Then another followed. Then another. Until nearly every warrior on the battlefield bowed their heads toward me. Shock rippled through my chest instantly. What are they doing? No one answered immediately. Draven's expression darkened slightly. Not angry. Protective. One older Lycan finally spoke quietly. Moonborns were believed extinct. Cold silence settled over the battlefield. The word echoed heavily through me. Moonburn. Real. Not just stories anymore. The old witch appeared from the forest moments later, breathing hard. The second her eyes landed on the silver glow beneath my skin, she froze. Then slowly, she bowed too. Fear curled low in my stomach. Stop doing that. The witch lifted her eyes carefully. You don't understand what you are yet. The answer terrified me. Draven's arm immediately wrapped around my waist possessively. Warm. Protective. Mine. You don't answer to anyone, he said coldly toward the others. The warriors instantly lowered their gazes again. Gods, this male would fight the entire world for me without hesitation. The realization hit harder now. Because suddenly, the world might actually become dangerous for me. A strange dizziness hit me without warning. The silver light beneath my skin flickered violently. Draven caught me instantly before I could stumble. Nyra, the power inside me suddenly felt too big. Too awake. Like my body couldn't contain it properly. The old witch stepped closer carefully. She needs rest. Draven's jaw tightened immediately. We're leaving. No one argued. Not a single warrior. Because the way the Lycan King looked at me right now, like something sacred and dangerous at the same time, made everyone nervous. Draven lifted me into his arms effortlessly. The second I touched him, the strange power beneath my skin calmed slightly. The realization made both of us freeze. Golden eyes slowly lowered toward me. You stabilize around me. The mate bond pulsed warmly. Like it already knew. The old witch looked deeply unsettled now. That shouldn't be possible. Draven immediately looked annoyed. Why? Her gaze stayed fixed on me. Moonburn magic normally overwhelms the body during awakening. A cold chill slid down my spine. But she calms near you. Silence. Then slowly, understanding darkened Draven's expression. The bond. The witch nodded carefully. The Lycan King isn't only her mate. Fear flickered across her face briefly. He's becoming the anchor for her power. The battlefield suddenly felt colder. Because if that was true, then hurting Draven could destroy me too. Draven's arms tightened slightly around my body instinctively. Possessive male. The old witch looked toward him seriously. You cannot leave her alone now. His jaw flexed. I wasn't planning to, and God's help anyone who tried separating us after that look in his eyes. The ride back toward the castle felt strangely quiet. Snow fell softly through the mountains while Draven kept me wrapped tightly against his chest atop the massive black Lycan carrying us home. Every few minutes his hand brushed against my back, checking, reassuring himself I was still there, still alive, still his. The mate bond pulsed warmly every single time. And somewhere deep inside me, the sleeping wolf stirred again. Not violent this time. Curious. Like she was listening to him too. Mason was getting closer. I could feel it. Not through magic. Not through the bond. Instinct. Predator instinct. The same instinct that kept me alive through wars and bloodshed for years. Something was coming. And I fucking hated not knowing when. I stood alone inside the training arena long after midnight, while snow fell heavily around the castle walls. The sword in my hand dripped blood. Not mine. 3 warriors already lay flat on the ground around me, groaning in pain. None of them wanted to continue training. Because tonight, I was in a violent mood. She's asleep? I didn't turn around. Kale stepped carefully into the arena behind me. Yes, my king. Good. At least Nyra was finally resting. The full moon grew closer every day. And with it, her powers became more unstable. Silver light flickered beneath her skin whenever emotions overwhelmed her now. Sometimes she woke shaking from nightmares. Sometimes the room temperature changed with her mood. And every time she panicked, the wolf inside me nearly tore itself apart trying to protect her. The possessive instinct had become almost unbearable lately. Kale looked around nervously at the destroyed arena. "You're worried," I laughed quietly. "Dangerous sound." Very observant, the warrior hesitated. "Do you think the alpha will attack?" "Mason." Just hearing the male's title irritated me now. I slammed the sword down onto the stone table hard enough to crack it. "Yes." Kale went silent instantly. Because the terrifying truth. Mason wasn't acting like an alpha anymore. He was acting like a fucking obsessed animal. And obsessed males were unpredictable. I dragged one hand through my hair slowly. Every instinct inside me screamed the same thing lately. Protect her. Lock her away somewhere safe. Keep everyone else away from her. The violent possessiveness shocked even me sometimes. That then Nyra smiled at me, or climbed into my lap during meetings, or touched me softly like I wasn't a monster, and suddenly I understood exactly why men started wars over women they loved. Gods. Loved. The realization hit harder than expected. I froze completely. Kale noticed immediately. My king? I ignored him. Because suddenly, everything made sense. The rage. The obsession. The fear every time Nyra left my sight. The way hearing her laugh physically affected me. I wasn't simply bonded to her anymore. I was completely fucking in love with her. The terrifying part. I didn't even mind. A low, rough laugh escaped my chest. Kale looked deeply uncomfortable now. Probably because his king stood alone in the snow, smiling like a psychopath. She's ruined me. The warrior wisely stayed silent. Then suddenly, pain slammed violently through the mate bond. Fear. Nyra. I moved instantly. 1 second inside the arena. The next already sprinting through the castle halls. Panic clawed violently through my chest. Not physical pain. Fear. Her fear. Servants jumped aside as I stormed toward our chambers. My claws partially shifted without me noticing. The chamber doors exploded open hard enough to shake the walls. And froze. Nyra stood near the giant mirror breathing unevenly while silver light flickered wildly beneath her skin. The entire room shook around her. Candles exploded. Glass cracked. And terror filled her silver blue eyes. Draven. I crossed the room instantly. The second my hands grabbed her waist, everything stopped. Silence crashed through the chamber. The power settled immediately beneath her skin. Nyra stared up at me, breathing hard. "You calm it." The wonder in her voice nearly destroyed me. I grabbed her face gently. What happened? Fear flickered across her expression again. Then quietly, I saw Mason. Cold rage flooded through me instantly. "What?" Nyra swallowed hard. "I think..." Silver light flickered again. "I think he found a way inside the kingdom." Silence. Deadly silence. Then slowly, the wolf inside me smiled. Because finally, I had an excuse to kill him. "You're avoiding me." Draven didn't even look up from the war maps spread across the table. "I'm protecting you." I crossed my arms tighter. "You locked 2 guards outside the library." 3. I stared at him in disbelief. "You added another one." Golden eyes finally lifted toward me. Completely serious. Yes. Gods. This male was becoming unbearable. Ever since I mentioned Mason possibly entering the kingdom, Draven had become impossible. No walking alone. No gardens alone. No leaving the castle without warriors. Even the servants looked nervous now. I paced across the chambers while Draven continued pretending to focus on maps. Pretending. Because I could feel his attention on me through the bond constantly. Always watching. Always aware. "You're overreacting." The atmosphere in the room changed instantly. Cold. Dangerous. Draven slowly leaned back in his chair. Massive body dressed entirely in black while candlelight caught the tattoos along his throat. You think I'm overreacting? His calm voice felt far more threatening than shouting. I sighed, frustrated. You can't keep me locked inside forever. The mate bond suddenly pulsed hard. Possessive irritation flooded through it immediately. Draven stood slowly. Predator. Every instinct inside me reacted at once. Not fear. Awareness. Heat. Gods. That was becoming a problem too. You saw what happened in the forest. His voice stayed low. Controlled. Mason is obsessed with you. I know that. No. Draven moved closer slowly. Golden eyes darkening with every step. You don't understand what males like him become when obsession replaces reason. The intensity in his voice made my pulse stumble. But frustration still burned hotter. You can't decide everything for me. Silence. Dangerous silence. Draven stopped directly in front of me. Huge. Warm. Terrifyingly beautiful. And you think I enjoy this? The roughness in his voice caught me off guard. For a second, I saw exhaustion beneath the possessiveness. Fear. Real fear. The realization softened something inside me immediately. But still, I'm not weak. Something dark flickered across his expression instantly. I know. His hand suddenly grabbed my waist and pulled me flush against his chest. A startled breath escaped me. Draven's forehead pressed roughly against mine. That's what scares me. The confession hit harder than expected, because he sounded genuinely terrified of losing me. The mate bond pulsed violently now. Emotion poured through it too fast to separate. Fear, love, possession, need, mine. My anger cracked instantly. Gods, this male loved too violently. My hand slid slowly against his chest. You're suffocating me a little. Draven closed his eyes briefly. I know. Then suddenly, another emotion surged hard through the bond. Jealousy. I blinked in confusion. What? Draven's eyes snapped toward the chamber doors instantly. A second later, someone knocked. My king? One of the younger warriors entered carefully, then froze after noticing how close we stood. Poor male immediately looked terrified. What? Draven said flatly. The warrior swallowed hard. The old witch asked if Lady Nyra would join her in the Moon Archives. Draven's jaw flexed instantly. No. I glared at him. Yes. Golden eyes slowly lowered toward mine. Dangerous mistake. Because now the possessive irritation rolling through the bond nearly burned. She doesn't leave the chambers tonight. I'm standing right here, and I'm talking to him. The warrior wisely looked seconds away from fainting. I stepped away from Draven slightly. Big mistake. His hand immediately caught my wrist. Not painful. Instinctive. Possessive. The tension between us thickened instantly. You don't own me. The words slipped out before I could stop them. Silence crashed through the room. The warrior looked ready to die. Draven's expression went completely still. Then slowly, something dangerous entered his eyes. Not anger. Something worse. The beast. He stepped closer again until my back nearly touched the stone wall. Golden eyes locked onto mine intensely. No, he said quietly. The deep roughness in his voice wrapped around my body like heat. But the beast inside me desperately wants to. My breath caught instantly. The possessiveness in his voice hit low in my stomach hard enough to hurt. Draven noticed immediately. A dark smile touched his mouth slowly. There she is. Heat flooded through me. The warrior behind him abruptly turned around. Actually, I'll leave now. The doors slammed shut immediately afterward. Silence returned. Heavy, hot, dangerous. Draven's gaze slowly dragged across my face. You like fighting with me? I absolutely do not. Liar. The familiar word wrapped warmly around me now. Gods. When did this male become capable of affecting me with one stupid word? Draven's hand slid slowly along my waist again. You get this look when you're angry. My pulse quickened. What look? Golden eyes darkened. The one that makes me want to pin you against the nearest wall. Heat exploded through me instantly. Draven saw every reaction. Every single one. And judging by the dangerous satisfaction in his expression, the monster knew exactly what he was doing. Mason, still thinking about her? Fiona's voice cut through the room softly. I ignored her completely. My eyes stayed fixed on the massive map spread across the table in front of me. Lycan territory. Castle entrances. Guard rotations. Every possible weakness. Because somewhere inside that kingdom, Nyra slept beside another male. The thought alone nearly made me black out with rage. Fiona stepped closer slowly. You're becoming reckless. A dark laugh escaped me. Too late for that. The female beside the fireplace wisely stayed silent after hearing the sound. I leaned back in the chair while one of my informants continued speaking nervously. The Lycan King barely lets her out of his sight. Possessive bastard. Rage twisted violently through my chest again. Continue. The male swallowed hard. She spends most nights inside the royal chambers or the moon archives. Moon archives. Interesting. And the full moon? The informant hesitated. The kingdom is preparing for something. Of course they were. Because they knew. Nyra was changing. Becoming something bigger. More dangerous. And somehow that only made the obsession worse. Mine, the broken rejected bond, no longer carried emotions between us. But obsession didn't need a bond anymore. I thought about her constantly. Dreamed about her constantly. Wanted her constantly. The female currently sitting in my lap shifted nervously. I'd honestly forgotten she was there. Pathetic. Her fingers slid across my chest carefully. Alpha. Wrong voice. Wrong scent. Wrong female. I grabbed her throat instantly. Not hard enough to hurt. Just enough to remind myself how badly I wanted someone else beneath me instead. Fear flashed across her face. Good, because lately fear felt easier to handle than wanting. You know what I think about sometimes? The female swallowed shakily. No, Alpha. I leaned closer slowly. I think about locking Nyra somewhere beautiful. Fiona went still near the fireplace. I ignored her. My thumb brushed lightly against the female's throat while dark. Thoughts twisted pleasantly through my mind. A place no one else can touch her. The obsession warmed my chest. Comforting. Perfect. I'd buy her silk dresses. The female in my lap trembled harder. I'd let her walk through gardens whenever she behaved. Fiona's expression darkened with every word. Good. Let her listen. Let everyone fucking listen. Because I was done pretending this was normal. Done pretending rejection erased what belonged to me. She'd sleep in my bed every night. The fantasy became sharper. More dangerous. I'd make her sit pretty in my lap while I ruled. Heat twisted through me instantly. Because gods, I could practically see it. Nyra soft and angry and beautiful beneath my hands. Still fighting me. Still pretending she hated me while wearing my scent. Mine. Fiona suddenly stepped closer. She chose him. The words sliced through the room instantly. Silence followed. Cold silence. Then slowly, I smiled. Not sane. Not stable. She won't when I'm done with her. Fear flickered briefly across Fiona's face. I stood slowly from the chair, pushing the female from my lap without looking at her. My attention returned to the map. To the Lycan Kingdom. To the exact route leading toward the moon archives hidden beneath the castle. One of my spies shifted nervously. My Alpha. The Lycan King increased guards around her. A dark laugh escaped me. Good, because stronger security meant one thing. Draven was afraid. And fear made males sloppy. I traced one finger slowly across the map. already imagining it. Nyra in my arms again. Drugged sleepy eyes staring up at me. Confused. Beautiful. Mine. She won't come willingly anymore, Fiona said coldly. I looked toward her slowly. No, the obsession inside me twisted harder. But she's still coming with me. Outside, thunder rolled across the mountains. And somewhere far away, the full moon was getting closer. The full moon was tomorrow. And everything inside me felt wrong. Too sharp. Too loud. Too alive. I stood alone inside. The moon archives while silver. Candles flickered violently around the ancient stone room. The old witch watched me carefully from across the table. You're fighting the awakening. I wrapped my arms tighter around myself. Because it feels like losing control. The witch's expression softened slightly. Moonborn wolves are emotional creatures. Great. That sounded horrifying. A strange pulse moved beneath my skin again. Silver light flickered across my fingertips. Stronger now. The old witch slowly pushed another ancient book toward me. Your wolf is trying to connect with you. Fear curled low inside my stomach. Every time I closed my eyes lately, I heard her. Not words. Instinct. Emotion. Possession. Mine. God's. Even my wolf sounded obsessed. The archive doors suddenly opened. Draven entered immediately, and every strange feeling inside me calmed. Just slightly. The old witch noticed. Draven crossed the room without hesitation before pulling me directly against his chest. Warm. Safe. Mine. The mate bond practically sighed with relief. Golden eyes searched my face carefully. You left without guards. I rolled my eyes softly. I walked downstairs. You walked downstairs alone. Possessive idiot. But exhaustion shadowed beneath his eyes again. The realization softened my irritation instantly. Draven buried his face briefly against my hair with a rough breath. You scared the fucking life out of me. The raw honesty wrapped painfully around my chest. I tilted my head back slightly to look at him. You haven't slept. His jaw flexed. Neither had I. Not really. The bond kept waking both of us throughout the night now. Too connected. Too aware. Sometimes I woke because of his nightmares. Sometimes he woke because my power reacted to fear. And somehow, we kept getting worse. The old witch quietly stood from the table. You should keep her close tonight. Draven's arm tightened instantly around my waist. Planning to, the woman hesitated carefully. Then softly, the moon will test her. Cold silence filled the room. I swallowed hard. What does that mean? The witch's expression darkened. It means tomorrow night decides whether the wolf fully awakens. Her eyes slowly lifted toward me. Or consumes you. The room went still. Fear slammed violently through my chest. The candles exploded instantly. Silver flames burst across the archive walls. Books flew from the shelves. The power inside me surged completely out of control. I gasped sharply. Draven grabbed my face immediately. Nyra. The deep command cut through the panic slightly. But not enough. Everything felt too loud. Too emotional. Too much. Then suddenly, a strange scent hit me. Male. Wrong. Dangerous. My head snapped sharply toward the dark hallway outside the archives. The wolf inside me growled violently. Not Draven's wolf. Mine. Cold dread flooded through me instantly. Draven noticed the change in my expression immediately. What? I barely breathed the next words. Someone's here. Silence. Then, screaming erupted somewhere above the castle. Draven moved instantly. 1 second holding me. The next already drawing blades from the wall. Warriors roared through the halls outside. Chaos exploded through the castle. The mate bond slammed violently with Draven's rage. Mason. The name left his mouth like a death sentence. Fear curled through me instantly. Not fear for myself, for everyone standing between those two monsters. Draven grabbed my wrist hard enough to pull me behind him protectively. Stay close to me. Another scream echoed through the castle. Closer now. The lights flickered violently. And somewhere deep inside me, the wolf woke completely. Chaos swallowed the castle instantly. Warriors stormed through the halls. Servants screamed. Somewhere above us glass shattered violently. And through all of it, Draven's rage burned through the mate bond like wildfire. Deadly. Murderous. The Lycan King stood directly in front of me with blades drawn while silver flames flickered wildly around. The moon archives. Every instinct inside me screamed the same thing. Danger. Not from Draven. From what was coming. Mason came himself, Draven said coldly. The fury in his voice made the walls tremble. My pulse quickened instantly. Why would Mason risk entering Lycan territory personally? Then realization hit me. He came for me. The wolf inside me growled harder. Mine. Draven grabbed my wrist tightly and pulled me behind him through the archive halls. Warriors immediately surrounded us the second we entered the main corridor. Blood stained the stone floors already. Cold fear crawled through my stomach. One injured Lycan stumbled toward Draven, breathing hard. My king, they breached the eastern wing. Golden eyes flashed violently. How many? The warrior hesitated. Not many. That answer made Draven go still. Dangerously still. Because we both understood immediately. This wasn't a war attack. It was targeted. A hunt. For me. The mate bond slammed hard with Draven's possessive rage. Mine. No one touches mine. The violence pouring through him nearly stole my breath. Draven looked toward one of his generals sharply. Get her underground. No. The word left my mouth instantly. Golden eyes snapped toward me. You are not arguing with me right now. I'm not hiding while people die for me. Silence crashed through the hallway. Several warriors looked deeply uncomfortable. Because Draven's expression turned terrifyingly calm. You think I care about the castle right now? The raw honesty in his voice stunned me. I care about you. The bond pulsed violently. Fear. Possession. Love. Gods. This male loved like a disaster. Before I could answer, a scream echoed somewhere nearby. Too close. Every warrior reacted instantly. Then suddenly, silver smoke exploded through the corridor. The entire hallway disappeared into chaos. Warriors shouted. Bodies collided. The wolf inside me snarled violently. Wrong. Everything smelled wrong. Draven grabbed me instantly. Stay with me. I could barely see him through the smoke. Then, pain exploded across the back of my neck. I gasped sharply. Silver. The scent hit immediately. My body weakened instantly. Draven roared. A terrifying sound. Murderous. I saw claws rip through the smoke. Blood sprayed across stone. Warriors screamed. But my knees collapsed anyway. The silver burned through my veins too fast. Nyra! Draven's voice sounded distant now. Panic slammed through the mate bond violently. Not mine. His. The smoke shifted briefly. And suddenly, I saw him. Mason. Standing calmly beyond the chaos, dressed entirely in black. Dark eyes locked onto me with terrifying obsession. There you are, pretty thing. Fear curled violently through me. Not because of his voice. Because he looked relieved. Like finding me ended some madness inside him. Draven exploded toward him instantly. Too fast to see clearly. But silver chains suddenly burst from the shadows, wrapping violently around Draven's arms and throat. The Lycan King roared in fury hard enough to shake the castle walls. Several witches stepped from the smoke, chanting ancient spells. Cold horror flooded through me instantly. This was planned. Every second. Every detail. Mason walked toward me slowly, while Draven tore through silver chains like a monster losing his mind. "Don't touch her," Draven roared. The sheer rage in his voice nearly shattered the hallway. Mason ignored him completely. His hand cupped my face gently as my weakened body struggled to move. Gods, I hated that touch now. "You look exhausted." The obsession in his eyes terrified me. "I'm taking you home." "No." The word barely escaped me. Mason's expression darkened slightly, then softened again. "Yes, you are." Draven finally broke one chain violently. Golden eyes completely feral now. Blood covered him. Silver burned across his skin. Still, he fought like the devil himself. For me, the realization shattered something inside my chest. Draven, Mason suddenly pressed cloth against my mouth. Silver. Witch magic. Darkness instantly blurred my vision. The last thing I saw was Draven screaming my name while the entire castle shook from his rage. Then everything disappeared. My head hurt. Everything smelled wrong. Wrong sheets. Wrong room. Wrong scent. I forced my eyes open slowly while moonlight spilled silver across enormous glass windows, overlooking snow-covered mountains. Not the Lycan Kingdom. Cold panic crawled instantly through my chest. The wolf inside me snarled violently. Danger. I pushed myself upright too quickly. Big mistake. Silver chains wrapped loosely around one wrist immediately tightened. My breath caught. What the fuck? The memory slammed back instantly. Smoke. Blood. Draven roaring my name. Mason. Fear curled violently through me. I yanked against the chains harder. The silver burned instantly against my skin. Pain shot through my arm. Careful, pretty thing. My entire body froze. Mason stood near the fireplace watching me quietly. Dark clothes. Dark eyes. Completely calm. Like kidnapping me from a kingdom full of Lycans was a normal fucking evening activity. Rage surged through me instantly. "You drugged me." A slow smile touched his mouth. "You fought me." The obsession in his eyes made my stomach twist. I looked around the room quickly. Luxury. Massive bed. Fresh flowers. Soft candlelight. Beautiful prison. The realization made me feel sick. Mason slowly walked closer. The wolf inside me growled harder. "Mine, not yours." The instinct shocked me slightly. Because this anger, this protectiveness, wasn't fully human anymore. Mason stopped directly beside the bed. His gaze slowly dragged across my face. Like he still couldn't believe I was here. With him. "You have no idea how long I've imagined this." Cold dread crawled down my spine. "You're insane." A rough laugh escaped him softly. "Yes." I pulled harder against the silver chains again. "Draven is going to kill you." The room went silent. Then slowly, something dark flickered across Mason's expression. Jealousy. Violent jealousy. "He touched you." The roughness in his voice sounded almost broken now. "I can smell him all over you." My heartbeat quickened. Because this male truly was losing his mind. Mason sat slowly on the edge of the bed. Too close. Every instinct inside me screamed at me to move away. "You chose him." The quiet accusation racked through the room heavily. And gods, for half a second he almost sounded hurt. The old version of me might have pitied him. Not anymore. "You rejected me." Silence. Mason's jaw tightened instantly. The truth hurt him. "You don't get to destroy my life because you regret it now." Something dangerous flashed through his eyes. "I regret nothing." "Liar?" The obsession pouring off him practically screamed otherwise. Mason's fingers brushed softly along the silver chain attached to my wrist. "You're staying here until you remember who you belong to." Rage exploded through me instantly. I belong to Draven. Big mistake. Mason went completely still. The room temperature dropped sharply. You need to stop saying his fucking name. The violence beneath his calm voice made chills spread down my spine. But the wolf inside me pushed harder now. Angrier. Protective. Mine. Draven. The mate bond suddenly pulsed violently through my chest. Weak. Distant. But there. Relief nearly broke me instantly. He was alive. Mason noticed the exact second my expression changed. Dark eyes narrowed dangerously. You can still feel him. I didn't answer. His hands suddenly grabbed my jaw sharply. Not enough to hurt. Enough to force me to look at him. The obsession in his face terrified me now. Because this wasn't love anymore. It was possession. You'll stop thinking about him eventually. The wolf inside me snarled violently. Never. Silver light flickered suddenly beneath my skin. Mason froze instantly. Shock flashed across his face. Then fascination. Dangerous fascination. Well. A slow smile spread across his mouth. That's new. Cold fear crawled through me. Because the way he looked at me now was exactly how a starving male looked at something he wanted to consume completely. And somewhere far away, through the weak trembling mate bond, I felt Draven's rage finally snap. The castle still smelled like her. Nyra's scent lingered everywhere. On the bed. On my skin. In the fucking air. And every second without her made the beast inside me more violent. A Lycan warrior lay, bleeding across the throne room floor while healers desperately tried saving him. I barely looked at him. He helped them enter, Kale said carefully. My claws dug deeper into the armrest beneath my hand. The male on the floor whimpered weakly. Fear. Everyone in this castle should be fucking afraid right now. Because my mate was gone. The bond pulsed violently through my chest again. Weak. Distant. Alive. Relief and rage collided so hard inside me I nearly shifted again. She's alive. The words left my mouth rough. Dangerously rough. Kale nodded immediately. Yes, my king. I stood slowly from the throne. The entire room tensed instantly. Servants lowered their heads. Warriors stepped backward. Nobody wanted to be near me right now. Because the only thing stopping me from tearing this kingdom apart, stone by stone, was the faint feeling of Nyra still breathing somewhere far away. Mine, the possessiveness inside me had become unbearable now. Primal. Violent. Obsessive. I finally understood exactly what kind of male Mason had become. And gods, I wanted to rip him apart for it. A terrified guard stumbled into the throne room, breathing hard. My king, speak. The male swallowed hard. We found the witches who helped the Alpha escape. Silence. Cold silence. Then slowly, I smiled. Not sane. Not human. The guard immediately went pale. Bring them to me. Kale hesitated carefully. Draven. Wrong thing to say. Golden eyes snapped toward him instantly. The beast inside me snarled violently. She was screaming my fucking name. The throne room went completely still. Because everyone heard it. The crack in my voice. The rage. The desperation. Gods, I failed her. The realization poisoned every thought in my head. Nyra trusted me to protect her. And now she was trapped. Somewhere with a male obsessed, enough to burn kingdoms for her. A low, dangerous growl escaped my chest. The windows trembled violently. Kale stepped closer carefully. We'll get her back. No, not we. Me. I looked toward the mountains beyond the throne room windows. Toward wherever Mason had taken her. The mate bond pulsed weakly again. Fear. Nyra's fear. Something inside me finally snapped completely. Bones cracked violently through the throne room. Several warriors immediately backed away. The beast pushed harder beneath my skin. Wanting blood. Wanting destruction. wanting her back. My king, prepare the army. The deep growl barely sounded human anymore. Kale froze slightly. All of them? Golden eyes lifted slowly toward him. Mason took my mate. The rage in my voice shook the walls. I want his kingdom on its knees. Fear spread visibly across the room. Because if the alpha touched her, if he made her cry, if he fucking hurt her, there wouldn't be enough left of his kingdom to bury. The beast inside me smiled. And somewhere far away, through the bond, I felt Nyra, weak, afraid, but alive. Hold on, little mate. I'm coming for you. The full moon rose slowly beyond the mountains, and everything inside me was getting worse. Silver light flickered constantly beneath my skin now. The wolf wouldn't stay quiet anymore. She paced violently beneath my ribs like she wanted out. Wanted him. Draven. The mate bond pulsed weakly through my chest. Distant, but alive. I clung to that feeling desperately. Mason watched me from across the room while I stood near the giant windows wrapped in silver moonlight. Obsessed dark eyes followed my every movement. Gods, I hated him now. The realization felt strange. Once upon a time I begged for this male to look at me. Now every glance made my skin crawl. You keep reaching for him. I ignored him completely. Mason slowly approached anyway. You can feel him through the bond. Not a question. Jealousy darkened every word. The wolf inside me growled violently. Mine, not yours. Silver sparks cracked softly across my fingertips. Mason noticed instantly. Instead of fear, fascination crossed his face. You're becoming stronger. I stepped backward immediately when he reached toward me. His expression darkened slightly. Don't. The single word left my mouth colder than expected. Mason froze. Because for half a second, my voice didn't sound entirely human. The wolf pushed harder beneath my skin. The full moon outside brightened. Pain suddenly ripped violently through my chest. I gasped sharply. The mate bond exploded with emotion. Rage. Blood. Draven. He was close. Relief nearly destroyed me instantly. Mason noticed the exact second my expression changed. No. Real fear crossed his face for the first time. He found us already. A distant roar echoed through the mountains. Not human. Lycan. The sound shook the entire villa violently. And gods, I knew that roar. Draven. Every instinct inside me reacted instantly. Mine. The wolf surged violently beneath my skin. Silver light exploded across the room. Windows shattered instantly. Wind roared through the villa hard, enough to extinguish every candle. Mason grabbed my wrist. Nyra! Big mistake. The wolf inside me snapped completely awake. Pain tore through my body violently. Bones cracked. Silver light burst beneath my skin like wildfire. Mason staggered backward in shock. What the fuck? Another roar echoed closer this time. Walls trembled. Screaming erupted somewhere below the villa. Draven had arrived. Relief slammed through the mate bond so hard I nearly cried. The wolf inside me howled violently in response. Not human. Power exploded through my veins. Silver light swallowed the room completely. Mason stared at me in horror now. Because my eyes glowed pure silver. The wolf pushed harder. Wanting out. Wanting him. Wanting blood. Outside, the villa exploded. Stone shattered violently. Warriors screamed. And through the chaos, one terrifying voice roared my name. Nyra. The wolf inside me answered instantly. The second Draven's voice reached me. The wolf inside me lost control. Mine. The instinct slammed violently through my body. Every part of me reacted to him. To my mate. Silver light burst beneath my skin instantly. Pain ripped through my body violently while the wolf clawed forward beneath, my skin desperate to break free. Bones cracked. Power surged. And through the chaos, I felt him. Draven. Close. The mate bond exploded violently with relief the second he entered the villa grounds. Mine. The wolf inside me practically roared the word. Mason grabbed my shoulders hard enough to stop me from collapsing. Nyra! I barely recognized his voice anymore. Everything sounded drowned beneath the wolf's instincts. Run to him. Protect him. Claim him. The emotions hit too violently to separate. Silver light burst again across the room. The walls cracked instantly. Mason staggered backward this time. Fear flashed openly across his face now. Good, because for the first time since he kidnapped me, I wasn't the terrified one anymore. Another explosion shook the villa violently. Screaming echoed downstairs. Furniture shattered. And then, a roar ripped through the mountains loud enough to shake my bones. Draven. The wolf inside me answered immediately. The sound that left my throat wasn't fully human anymore. Mason stared at me in horror. No. Silver symbols burned faintly beneath my skin now. Ancient moon markings twisting across my arms like living light. The wolf pushed harder. I gasped sharply as claws partially formed at my fingertips. What the fuck? Mason stepped toward me carefully. Obsessive dark eyes filled with panic now. Nyra, listen to me. The mate bond suddenly surged violently. Draven was inside the villa. Closer. Blood covered the connection. Rage. Murder. Bodies. My pulse quickened instantly. Then suddenly, the chamber doors exploded inward. Wood shattered across the floor. And there he was. Draven. Gods. Blood covered him from throat to boots. Golden eyes completely feral. Massive claws partially shifted. Beautiful, terrifying monster. Mine. The relief slamming through the mate bond nearly dropped me to my knees. Draven froze the second he saw me. Silver chains around my wrist. Mason touching me. Fear still lingering in my scent. The entire room went deadly silent. Then slowly, the Lycan King smiled. Not sane. Not human. Murderous. Mason. The Alpha stepped protectively in front of me instantly. Like he genuinely thought that would stop him. Stay back. Draven laughed softly. The sound terrified everyone in the room. Even me. Because there was nothing calm left inside him now. Only the beast. You touched my mate. The deadly quiet in his voice made the walls tremble. Mason's posture shifted aggressively. She came with me willingly. Lyra? The wolf inside me snarled violently. Draven's expression darkened further. You drugged her. The room temperature dropped sharply. Silver light burst wildly around me again. The wolf wanted out. Wanted blood. Wanted him. Mason glanced back toward me briefly. Wrong mistake. Draven moved instantly. Too fast to follow. 1 second across the room. The next slamming. Mason threw the stone wall hard enough to crack the entire chamber. Both monsters crashed violently into the hallway outside. Roars echoed instantly. Claws. Blood. Violence. The villa shook around them. I stumbled toward the doorway, breathing unevenly, while silver light flickered, uncontrollably around my body. Warriors screamed downstairs. The full moon outside glowed brighter. And deep inside me, the wolf finally broke free. Pain exploded through every bone in my body. I collapsed hard against the floor, gasping. Silver light swallowed the hallway completely. The last thing I heard before darkness consumed everything was Draven screaming my name again. Then, the wolf awakened. Darkness swallowed me whole. Then, moonlight. Silver, endless moonlight stretched around me like another world entirely. Silent. Beautiful. I stood alone beneath, a massive glowing, moon while cold wind moved through endless, silver grass around my feet. No pain, no fear, only instinct. Then slowly, she appeared. The silver wolf stepped from the darkness soundlessly. Huge, gods, massive silver fur shimmered beneath the moonlight while pale glowing eyes locked onto mine. Mine, the realization hit instantly. Not monster, not curse. Me, emotion tightened painfully in my chest. All this time, the wolf moved closer slowly. Power rolled from her violently. Royal, and somehow, familiar. The same voice from my dreams echoed softly through the moonlight. The moonborn queen awakens. Fear flickered through me instantly. I don't know how to do this. The wolf stopped directly in front of me. Then slowly, lowered her enormous head toward mine. Warmth exploded through my chest instantly. Instinct. Memory. Power. Everything crashed together violently. Protect your mate. The wolf's emotions wrapped around me completely. Love. Possession. Devotion. Mine. Draven. The second his name crossed my mind, the world shattered. Pain exploded through my body again. Bones cracked violently. Silver light consumed everything. And suddenly, I opened my eyes. The destroyed villa surrounded me. Broken walls. Blood. Screaming warriors. Moonlight flooding through shattered ceilings. Every person in the room froze instantly. Because I wasn't human anymore. Huge silver paws crushed broken stone beneath me. My breathing echoed deep and powerful through the ruined villa. Silver fur glowed beneath the full moon. And gods, I was enormous. Shock crashed through the room instantly. Several warriors actually dropped their weapons. One whispered weakly, "Moon goddess." Across the ruined hallway, Draven froze completely. Golden eyes locked onto me with pure disbelief. Blood covered him. Claws extended. Still terrifying. But now, his expression held something else too. Wonder. The mate bond exploded violently between us. Mine, the wolf inside me surged with overwhelming possessiveness the second she saw him. Draven slowly stepped toward me. Careful. Like he was approaching something sacred. Mason staggered backward near the broken wall, breathing hard. For the first time since I met him, the alpha looked afraid. The wolf inside me growled deeply. Protect him. My gaze snapped toward Mason instantly. The possessive rage inside me surged violently. Silver light crackled around my massive claws. Mason stared at me in shock. You're... The wolf snarled loudly enough to shake the villa. Mine. Draven's eyes darkened instantly. He felt it too. The connection. The devotion. The wolf chose him completely. Mason's expression twisted violently. Jealousy. Obsession. Rage. No. The broken sound left him harshly. She was supposed to be mine. Draven moved in front of me instantly. Protective even now. The wolf inside me immediately calmed slightly near him. The realization visibly affected everyone watching. Because the terrifying silver beast only softened for one male. Draven slowly looked back toward me. Golden eyes burning intensely. Beautiful. The roughness in his voice nearly shattered me emotionally. Even like this, even now, he looked at me like I was the most precious thing he'd ever seen. Mason noticed too. And gods, the hatred in his eyes turned monstrous. Then suddenly, he attacked. Mason attacked first. Stupid choice. The wolf inside me reacted instantly. Silver light exploded across the ruined villa while my massive body lunged forward, with a snarl violent enough to shake the mountains. Mason barely dodged my claws. Stone walls shattered behind him instantly. Warriors screamed and scattered. The wolf wanted blood. Protect him. Draven moved beside me immediately. Black Lycan. Massive. Terrifying. Seeing him in full Lycan form beside me awakened something primal deep inside my chest. Mine. The possessive instinct slammed through both of us at once. Draven's golden eyes locked briefly onto mine. And for one breathtaking second, the two beasts understood each other completely. Then Mason shifted. Bones cracked violently while massive dark fur exploded across his body. Huge alpha wolf, but smaller, weaker. The difference became obvious immediately. The wolf inside me growled softly. Not fret. Draven lunged first. Black claws slammed into Mason hard enough to send both monsters crashing through the destroyed wall of the villa. Snow exploded everywhere outside. Roars shook the mountains violently. I followed instantly. Silver paws crushed frozen ground beneath me while the full moon glowed above the battlefield. The moment I stepped outside, every Lycan warrior froze. Silence spread instantly across the snow-covered mountains. Because they finally saw me clearly. The silver wolf, moonborn queen. One by one, warriors slowly dropped to their knees. Shock rippled through me. Even Draven's Lycans bowed their heads toward me instinctively. Ancient instinct recognizing ancient power. Mason roared furiously and lunged toward Draven again. The black Lycan met him head-on violently. Claws, blood, snarling fury. The ground cracked beneath them. But Draven was stronger. Much stronger. Years of Lycan brutality made the difference obvious quickly. Mason stumbled backward, bleeding heavily, while Draven stalked toward him like death itself. Golden eyes completely feral. Murderous. You touched my mate. The growl barely sounded human. Mason spat blood into the snow. She was mine first. Draven slammed him into the frozen ground hard enough to shake the mountain. The sound of breaking ribs echoed loudly. Several wolves nearby flinched. The black Lycan's claws wrapped around Mason's throat violently. Killing position. The mate bond surged with Draven's rage so intensely, it nearly burned. Mine. No one takes mine. Mason coughed blood while dark eyes searched desperately past Draven. Toward me. Obsessed even now. The wolf inside me snarled instantly. Then suddenly, magic exploded across the battlefield. Purple smoke burst violently through the snow. Fiona, the witch, appeared beside Mason, breathing hard while blood stained her hands. Fear flashed across her face the second she saw me. Not human fear. The kind creatures felt when facing something older than themselves. No fucking way. She whispered weakly. Draven's attention snapped toward her instantly. Murderous mistake. Fiona slammed some kind of dark crystal against the ground. Forbidden's magic exploded through the battlefield. The snow beneath everyone cracked violently. Dark smoke swallowed Mason instantly. Draven roared and lunged forward. Too late. Mason's dark eyes locked onto mine one last time through the smoke. Blood covered his mouth. His body barely stayed standing. But the obsession in his stare never weakened. Not even close. A slow, broken smile touched his lips. Wait for me, pretty thing. Then Fiona's magic swallowed them both whole. And they disappeared. Silence crashed over the mountains afterward. Only heavy breathing remained. Snow drifted softly beneath the full moon. Draven stood frozen where they vanished. Rage rolled off him violently enough to shake the air. Then slowly, he turned toward me. The black Lycan stared at my silver wolf beneath the moonlight. And gods, the emotion in his eyes. Relief. Love. Wonder. Mine. The wolf inside me moved toward him instinctively. The terrifying black beast immediately lowered his massive head slightly before me. Not submission. Devotion. And around us, every warrior in the kingdom knelt. Snow fell softly across the battlefield. Silent. Silver moonlight shimmered over kneeling warriors, while cold wind moved through my fur. Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. Thousands of eyes stared at me with the same expression now. Reverence, fear, wonder. The wolf inside me stood tall, beneath the full moon while silver light pulsed faintly beneath my fur like living moonfire. And beside me, Draven. The massive black Lycan slowly approached through the snow. Power rolled from him violently. Monster. King. Mine. The wolf inside me immediately calmed when he reached me. Instinct trusted him completely. Draven stopped directly in front of me. Golden eyes locked onto mine intensely. Then slowly, the terrifying Lycan King lowered his head. The entire battlefield gasped softly, because even monsters bowed before something greater. Emotion hit me violently. The wolf inside me softened instantly toward him. Warmth flowed through the mate bond. Love, devotion, home. Draven shifted back into human form seconds later. Snow and blood covered his skin while golden eyes never left me. Beautiful male. The mate bond pulsed painfully with emotion now. He stepped closer carefully, like he still couldn't believe I was real. You came back to me. The roughness in his voice nearly shattered my heart. The wolf inside me moved instinctively toward him. The moment his hand touched my silver fur, warmth exploded through my body. Light swallowed everything instantly. Bones cracked. The wolf slowly disappeared beneath silver light. And suddenly, I was human again. Draven caught me before my knees hit the snow. Strong arms wrapped tightly around my body while the entire kingdom watched silently around us. Mine, the mate bond practically glowed now. Draven buried his face against my neck with a rough, shaky breath. Gods, the terrifying Lycan King was trembling. You scared the fucking life out of me. The raw honesty in his voice wrapped painfully around my chest. I tightened my arms around him immediately. I'm here. Relief slammed through the bond so hard it nearly hurt. For a long moment, neither of us moved. The battlefield remained silent around us. Then slowly, one warrior lowered fully onto one knee. Then another, until the entire kingdom bowed before us beneath the full moon. Not just to Draven. To me. The realization felt overwhelming. Impossible. The old witch stepped forward carefully through the snow. Silver eyes filled with emotion. The moonborn queen has returned. A deep silence followed her words. Then suddenly, every Lycan warrior struck one fist against their chest in unison. The sound echoed across the mountains like thunder. Draven slowly lifted his head from my neck. Golden eyes dark with emotion. Possessive. Devoted. In love. The mate bond wrapped around my chest warmly. Completely. You're never leaving my side again. A soft laugh escaped me despite everything. You're still bossy. A dangerous smile touched his mouth. You love it. Unfortunately. He wasn't entirely wrong. Draven's hand slid, possessively against my waist, before he looked toward the mountains where Mason disappeared. The warmth in his expression vanished instantly. Only the monster remained. He'll come back. Cold fear flickered briefly through me. Because deep down, I knew it too. Mason wasn't finished. Not even close. The obsession in his eyes before disappearing still haunted me. Wait for me, pretty thing. The memory sent chills down my spine. Draven noticed immediately. His arm tightened around me instinctively. Protective male. My gaze slowly lifted toward the full moon above us. Toward the silver light still glowing faintly beneath my skin. Everything had changed. The broken, rejected girl who arrived at this kingdom no longer existed. Now, I stood beside the most feared monster in the world. And somehow, the monster had chosen to kneel only to me. Far beyond the northern mountains, past the forbidden forests where even sunlight refused to reach, Mason slowly opened his eyes. Pain tore violently through his body. Blood covered the cold stone floor beneath him while dark, forbiddance magic still crackled faintly across the ruined chamber walls. Fiona stood nearby, breathing unevenly. Her hands trembled from the spell that saved his life, but the hatred in her eyes burned stronger than exhaustion. You almost died for her. Mason barely reacted. Dark eyes stared silently into the shadows ahead. Obsessed. Lost. Fiona's expression twisted colder. You saw what she became. Silence. Then slowly, a dark smile spread across Mason's bloodied mouth. She's beautiful. The obsession in his voice made something furious flash across Fiona's face instantly. Beautiful. That creature? The silver wolf haunted her mind already. Moonburn. The cursed bloodline her ancestors spent centuries destroying. Burning. Hunting. Erasing from history. And somehow, one survived. Fiona's nails dug sharply into her palms. She should have died with the rest of them. Mason's gaze slowly lifted toward her. Dangerous. Cold. Fiona stepped closer anyway. Hatred burned openly through her now. You don't understand what she is. Her voice lowered bitterly. Moonborn queens destroyed entire witch bloodlines. Dark magic flickered faintly around the chamber. My family spent generations making sure creatures like her disappeared forever. Mason watched her silently. Then quietly, she belongs to me. The obsession in his voice sounded almost inhuman now. Fiona laughed coldly. No. Her eyes darkened with hatred. She belongs in a grave. Silence filled the ruined chamber. Heavy. Violent. Then slowly, Mason smiled again. Not sane. Not stable. Terrifying. Then I guess we both want the same thing. Fiona stared at him carefully. Because deep down, she realized something horrifying. Mason wasn't trying to save Nyra anymore. No, he was becoming willing to destroy the entire world just to possess her. The darkness around them deepened while snowstorms raged outside the Forbidden's kingdom. And somewhere far away beneath the same moon, the silver wolf slept beside the Lycan King. Mine. The obsession twisted violently through Mason's chest again. A soft broken laugh escaped him. Then quietly, almost like a promise, wait for me, pretty thing.